Alright. I don't know if any of y'all are watching. I was gonna do a whole reset of the stream, but it honestly took me like 5 hours longer than I expected to do the work I was doing. So, yeah. We just been. I ain't gonna last as long as I was hoping. Hopefully, we can get through the video, the rest of it. Um, and then tomorrow I will probably do the whole mental health. Oh man. Oh, there's a Coke down here already. Wait. Oh, I put the wrong one down there. Shit. I want the Coke first. A little bit of caffeine in my system, and hopefully last through this video. All right. Let me do some switcheroos. Alright, that's all set up. Let me find my headphones. I feel like from now on, I just leave it as fine, yeah. I just leave it as music instead of I'm only sleeping. Because I was thinking about it while I was sleeping, or rather while I was laying in my bed, and I think there's a possibility based off of how many of those damn where the hell is it? Based off of how many of those damn I'm only sleeping streamers had their thumbnails blurred out, that it's probably a demonetized category. So I am going to avoid using that category from now on. We're just gonna stay in the music category. When I call it a night tonight, like we're probably gonna only last an hour and 30 minutes, an hour and 36 minutes, because that's pretty much exactly how much time is left in this video. So at that point, I will restart the stream because Twitch only goes for 48 hours before it cancels your stream, and I don't want to cancel the stream while I'm away. So at that point, we will restart the stream and put the music back on, and then I'll call it a night. And I will go back up for the mental health and philosophy stream. We're going to check in on we're going to check in they both look so unamused right now. We're gonna check it on social media when we start the mental health and philosophy stream tomorrow. Hopefully DJ Samps is back for that. It'd be nice to continue the discussion, hopefully. But yeah, oh dude, I had so much work to do. We'll do that today. There's two things I needed to do for the stream. I need to fix the merch store and find the guitar cables. That was supposed to be done today, but I also expected the work I was doing to be done at like 6 p.m., not 12 a.m. So that's life. I honestly didn't imagine it would take so long to pull all that tape off the walls. But here we are. We're just gonna get into the video, and oh, I should get out of the music. Go over to chatting. Uh, Okay. All right. Where the fuck is the shit? I've gotten so creative at swearing. That sentence said absolutely nothing. It was just
Cool.
swear words.
Are you?
All right.
Just I
I should
want to fix
turn
these things, you know. So
off.
I mean, doesn't feel good.
Yeah. There you go. That's what I was looking for.
I'm a problem solver. When there's problems, like my default reaction, like instinct is how do we solve it, and that's what we've been obsessing over, and I feel like we've made a lot of progress, to be honest.
Cool. Are you going to sue Dogpack?
Yeah.
Well,
Now I remember why it was so. I swear to God, I already heard him ask. Oh no, that's the question they asked at the beginning. But now I remember why. Now I realize why they both look so unamused. Because that dude came out, hit him with the big guns, and I can tell by his reaction that I don't think he wants to, but he absolutely will. He will 100% do it. He just doesn't want to say he's going to do it. But he's probably will.
There's
Yeah.
tons of examples of him intentionally manipulating things to not be true and posting it online. Tons and tons and tons of that. Sargi has basically an hour and 27-minute video, and an hour of it is just flat out proving manipulation and lies, and caused a lot of harm to my businesses. I mean, I've literally had people pull out millions of dollars and then tell me it was directly because of his video. And don't worry, I instantly was like, can you send that in writing? So, if I win a case or anything, I can directly point damages. No reason why. And so, I mean, it's just unfortunate. Like, I don't want to be put in this situation, but
Yeah.
probably gonna have to. I mean, it's just. I mean, what do you do if someone's just spreading misinformation about you and just causing harm to your business? And
I feel like, especially with some of the videos we've seen lately, as much as Dogpack's been demanding like an apology or a response from Mr. B, I think it's Dogpack's turn to apologize because he messed some things up. And while he may have exposed some stuff, definitely needed to be exposed, there were lots of areas that he messed up. And I feel like Mr. Beast has every right to him, at least what I've seen recently, and has a good chance of winning too. So I think Dogpack, even though I know you're not watching, it might be time to practice a little bit of humility.
like getting it to the point where you might have to potentially fire people because it's costing you so much revenue. It's like it's not fair to the people in my companies. You know what I mean? It's just sad. It's not a
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing that
but
that's a thing that like a lot of people don't ever consider. When you go after like even a relatively small content creator, once a person has like a few 100,000 followers, unless they just specifically do everything themselves, in which case they're absolutely insane, they almost always have at least like 3 or 4 staff. It's like bare minimum. So when you start taking shots at them, you're literally taking food out of multiple families' mouths. So how does that content creator respond to it when it's more than just their own life at stake, you know?
Yeah, so okay, so yes.
they're not
Plan?
done drafting it up. But once they're done, more than likely, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah.
Damn.
it's,
Every law firm I've talked to, they're like, this would be the easiest win they've ever seen in their life. I mean, it's like crazy. I had one tell me like you could chop up all the evidence into like 3, sue 3 separate times, and win all 3 cases because you'd have enough for each. Like one person
3
like,
separate
67
cases.
out of his last 70 cases, and he's like, this would be literally the easiest case I've ever done. Like it's because there's just so much blatant misinformation and lies spread, like, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, just go watch Sagi's video. Go look at his Twitter where he's redacted multiple ones of it. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to be in this position.
Now, what do you think? Do you think that there could be any sense of regret from that? I mean, optically, once again, there's a lot of things working against you on a constant basis because you're the biggest person in the world on YouTube and social media, and you're just crammed down people's throats algorithmically. Like if you decide to sue this man, even if he deserves it or not, which is like obviously up to you.
Well, I just want the slander and disinformation to stop. It would be
Right.
the bigger reason. But you're saying, when am I worried about how that would affect me PR wise?
Yeah, just what do you think?
I mean, I'm right now. I'm getting canceled because I'm
course.
not suing them because they're saying, well,
Yeah, I feel like. Will there be people that hate him for suing him? Absolutely. But as far as the grand scheme of things go, I feel like it's the better move to do it. You gotta protect your own, you know? Someone starts firing shots, and they refuse to de-escalate. Eventually you need to say, you know what, I've had enough. Time to go to war.
well, Jimmy's not suing him, therefore there was truth, or Jimmy would be suing him. So at this point, I'm so big, it's kind of, most scenarios are like, either way, like, there's a vast negative for me.
Yeah.
People are like, oh, he's not going to sue because he's worried about Discovery. No, I don't give a fuck. I mean, why do I care? I'm here. This is Discovery. You know what I mean? And that they just, no matter what I do at this point, like, there's just a large group of people that are just going to be unhappy. And that's just like a reality I have to be okay with, to be honest. As long as I agree with what I'm doing and I believe in what I'm doing, I mean, that's all I really can do at this point.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, it's probably a minority. Well, it's definitely a minority of people just in general who actually care about this type of shit. But like, the suing, the silencing critics, for example, something very similar has happened. Well, not that similar, but something is happening to CoffeeZilla, who we'll talk about here in a minute as well. He's being sued, and that just, to someone like me, I care about like rationality and understanding and people being big and communicating.
100%. And I would just say, go watch the Sagi video.
Yeah.
Look at all the blatant
Of course,
manipulation and lies. And this isn't me trying to silence them. This is me trying to, like,
Yeah, and-
this is like borderline, I owe it to my employees.
It's-
Because, like,
yeah.
I can't
Exactly.
look at someone in the eyes.
Like I said, I guess he said that too. But it's also, it's him trying to clear his name too, right? Not only does he have a brand to protect that includes other employees, but it's also his own reputation, his own name is at stake here.
He goes, sorry, you're getting laid off because he decided to keep spreading misinformation about us. Go complain to Dogpack.
Yeah, I understand. It's like there's a
This is bigger than me. I have a lot of people,
Right.
a lot of families, a lot of kids that work or are under the people I employ that work for me. Like, it's not just me. Like, I can't.
Of course.
So
And it's also, just to finish what I was going to say, it is not silencing a critic. It is preventing the spread of misinformation, proven misinformation.
Exactly.
So I think being able to make that distinction, though, is very important. And that's something to consider. Is like how do you stop the misinformation, the slander, but also don't prevent people from caring about things ethically going forward and feeling willing to criticize someone like you, even though obviously this situation, it appears quite clear-cut that this is misinformation, and truth is obviously the most important thing, but also there's like a sort of a slippery slope of silencing critics and censorship and all this crazy stuff, and freedom of speech is so important, but obviously lies and slander are not protected by the freedom of speech. So it's just a big, giant optical pill to swallow and consider, I feel like.
agreed.
And I would be really interested to see your thoughts going forward, in your decisions that you decide to make. I would love to stay in the loop on that because, in the very beginning, I thought Soggy had good intentions.
Or dog.
Dogpack.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Soggy does have good intentions, in my opinion. In the very beginning, and now things obviously are, he's turned this into sort of his thing.
Good intention.
Yeah.
Even though even the very first video literally was 90% lies.
It seemed.
You
right?
got manipulated.
Yeah,
but
of course, yeah.
that
Definitely.
doesn't make it good intentions.
Yeah. I'm just saying it seemed, and a lot of people also believe that
was it good intentions when he photoshopped a fake live stream and
No,
falsely
no.
accused me of not saying something I did say and falsely accused something. It was a good intentions when he put a king size Feastables bar beside a regular size Hershey's bar and didn't disclose that and
Yeah.
then lied about us having more sugar than them. Was it? I mean, I could sit here and do this for
No,
the next
no, I
30 minutes.
understand, I
I think
understand.
that's just a misconception
Yeah.
that everyone has. It's like there's never good intentions.
Yeah, of course. But I'm just.
I watched that.
So I do have to say, Mr. Beast is kind of right there, but the fact that he's getting all defensive about it isn't exactly a great look.
Video and I was like, this is just lies, and everyone's like, oh my god. I was like, whoa.
We're just talking about optics, though. is
Okay,
my point.
optically.
Right. Optically.
Yes.
People who fell for
There we go.
Right.
the optics. Yes.
But that's the lowest common denominator. That's what makes this entire world that we're in go round, is how people are reacting to things. You can't expect people to be to go out of their way to give you the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
So
Yeah.
it's super important to consider all that.
yes.
But yeah, and obviously it's been proven now that he is Mr. and Misinformation combined.
I really
right?
appreciate
It's
Oompa pushing back with that.
So someone like me who actually cares about, like, I like to pretend that I care about the truth of things, and I don't want someone like you who has worked very hard objectively to get where you're at. I don't want you to be slandered or for people to lie about you, etc. But at the same time, you know, like, you are the one who's going to win. You are the one who will always win. You're the top, right? Like, you got this big thing, so you have the most responsibility, and you've got to be the best guy.
Cognizant of the implications it would have.
Yeah.
But it's
So-
also on the reverse side. It potentially caused people to not want to spread misinformation and not
Of course.
slander people. So there's also the positive side of that where people
Yeah.
realize like
yeah.
disinformation has
Yeah,
repercussions.
it's just something to consider.
Agreed.
Right?
I don't
Yeah.
take the decision lightly. Trust me.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that as well. But yeah, I think that's a yeah. You're the guy. I mean, if anybody could go and be as ethical as possible and do everything as perfectly as possible and actually take the moral high ground and not just pretend, it is you. You've got all the resources. You are the guy who can do all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest. So, yeah. I think you will. I think you'll do all this stuff cool and right, and stop slander, misinformation, etc.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Disinformation.
Disinformation.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Misinformation
They're cousins.
could be an accident. Disinformation, not an accident.
Let's see. So now to move on to CoffeeZilla.
Do I agree with that definition?
One of my
I'm not.
favorites.
I'm not
It was
worried
a
about it right
comprehensive
now.
report published
We'll worry about the
painted a
definitions
negative
later.
light on crypto dealings allegedly associated with you.
Oh yes.
To what extent
This is
were you
this
involved
is the most damning thing
and how
I
do you
think so far.
respond to CoffeeZilla's video on you detailing these allegations. I thought he gave you a benefit of the doubt in that video.
Yeah.
I think he's a very reasonable guy, to be honest. I think he's a very smart, reasonable guy who cares about, like, doing the right thing, which is pretty rare on YouTube. You know, how do you how would you respond to Coffee's video?
Yeah. Coffee's video and the report. Well, so I'll start off with the report. I mean, most people probably haven't even read it, but that's what kind of spawned that whole thing was this. Did you see it? Like
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So the gist of this crypto report that was, 1 second. Sorry. It's not my, the gist of this report was, Jimmy is too stupid to like make this kind of money, therefore it must be insider trading. This is his wallet. You know, clearly there was insider trading because he never would have been able to make this kind of money. When in reality, which is what I told Coffee in that statement we gave him, it was managed by a fund. So I wasn't the one managing the wallet. You know, I've never had access to that wallet. I've never done the buying and selling on that wallet. There's a actual professional who's written books on crypto and lived and breathes crypto every second of the day managing it. So most of the allegations there, like, are just answered by like, I am too.
I believe that because I'll tell you what, the most important thing, the single most important thing to, maybe not the single most important thing, but like one of the top 3 most important things to being a good leader is being able to properly delegate. And he doesn't know crypto. He knows YouTube. So if there's anything he's going to take the reins on directly, it's specifically nuances of the YouTube, maybe some post-production stuff, like just that's where he's going to get his fingers. He got a lot of money to invest, though, so he's really good at, from what I've been able to, he seems to be really good at delegating the proper tasks to the proper people. So if he wants to get invested in crypto, what's he going to do? He's going to go to a crypto expert. So I believe that. I believe the statement. So
stupid to do that. That's why a fund was managing it. You know what I mean? And yeah, I mean, like Coffee said, like if he literally said this in a video. If you like Jimmy, then you're like, yeah, he has answers for everything, and this checks out. And if you don't like Jimmy, then you're gonna go, there's obviously wrongdoing here. But yeah, I mean, the honest truth is like, I make videos. I'm running 7 businesses. I got a lot going on, and yeah, I invested in a crypto fund. They invested on my behalf, and I've never like had access to that wallet. They're the one doing the buying and selling. I mean, there are thousands of transactions on there. Like, I don't even have that kind of time. I'm sure you could probably even look at it and see like days where I was like,
that's what I was saying. Like, he's making YouTube videos, not sitting there reading crypto markets.
Maybe in solitary confinement, or like doing a video where I didn't even have access to a computer and there's trading.
True.
So for the conspiracy theorists that think I'm lying and using the fund as a cover up, like, I mean, there's got to be some way where you could just figure that out, like, or I was on a plane ride or something. But yeah, that's like the honest transparency is,
I believe it.
in a crypto fund, and people thought I owned the wallet and it's called Wu-Tang Clan. Do you listen to Wu-Tang Clan?
I have, yes.
I don't.
Yeah.
So I feel like that's another indicator.
Really?
I wouldn't have named it Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
I had to educate myself on what Wu-Tang Clan was. So
Okay.
yeah.
I believe that too.
That's pretty interesting.
That's kind of a hilarious admission. Like, I know some Wu-Tang. I can't tell you a song, but if I were to Google it, I'd be like, oh yeah, those are the songs I know. But I honestly believe that Mr. Beast didn't know who Wu-Tang was. Because, like, it seems everything he does is focused on being the best YouTuber ever, which is specifically, like, even though, of course, their videos are on YouTube, it's like, music YouTube is its own thing. It's its own separate thing. You want to be the best musician or best music YouTuber ever, whole different thing, whole different lane than just creating YouTube content for kids,
I mean, like the whole, like, just
Wu-Tang was not created for kids.
YouTubers in any way being involved with crypto in any sense now is just like
Well, agreed, and that's why I literally put it in a fund, because I was like, I don't want to like fuck with this stuff and like be I just like, I want someone who knows what they're doing to do it, to make sure things are above board. So that's literally why I did that, right? It's because I was like, if I'm buying and selling it, maybe I mess things up or do something dumb. So I was like, oh, this fund is led by someone who knows what he's doing. Here you go. So that was literally the whole logic behind it.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. On to some philanthropy and charitable work stuff. Soggy revealed delays in philanthropic projects such as the walking assistance video due to lost partnerships. He talked about that in his sort of disproving video. How do you intend on regaining trust between that brand that is literally a vehicle for philanthropy?
Yeah.
And how do you intend on regaining trust with the brands to put money to that to generate revenue to use for?
Yeah. I mean, I hope step one is literally this video. I mean, I hope like I just need people to, just stop making videos titled "Mr. Beast fakes his philanthropy with devil horns" on in the thumbnail of my head, and just stating facts that aren't facts. Like, because like as long as people are just spreading that disinformation, I mean, it's gonna be pretty hard to convince these people. But hopefully, once that dies down,
I want to know if he's going to ask him about like the LASIK or the eyesight surgeries that supposedly he didn't pay for. I want to hear about that.
I think it's just more of a time thing, because it'd be nice, like, because the charity definitely needs that whole like disinformation thing to kind of just stop. Like I spend $150,000 a month, like, so I pay for the employees' salaries, so all the revenue from the videos goes straight towards doing our project. So I cover all this employees, a little bit of overhead, that kind of stuff. So that way, if we get like a $400,000 brand deal plus the ad revenue from the video, we can like spend all that money on like, buying shirts for, homeless people or whatever it is. So I put that money in, but this this past week when we also put the $150,000 in the account, I had to put another $1 million in to make up for like 2 lost brand deals. So I'm like now having to like plow money in on top of the, $150,000 a month I'm already plowing in.
Okay, here it is. Can I not click the links anymore? I don't feel like reading. It's also, I don't know how much proof this is. Like anyone can make an infographic claiming things. I thought they'd like show some actual transactions or something. But here's the other thing. Do you approve this 1 million we had to give you? That appears to be true. So at the very least, that's true. Or appears to be true.
And it's just, it's just brutal, to be honest, because I can't do that forever. Because I'm already putting a lot of money into it. And so, yeah, hopefully, I don't know the answer. I don't have a crystal ball, but hopefully, like, people just kind of stop slandering you. You can attack me. Just don't attack the channel. It's literally a 501c3. Like, that'd be nice, to be honest.
Yeah, and that one is weird to me because it's like
I would unironically, this is a crazy sentence, but unironically, if instead of starting a YouTube channel, giving it to a 501c3 and filming videos and donating millions upon millions of dollars, all the revenue to a charity, and then using that to help people, if I had just started any other channel, like I don't know, like
of course,
a channel where I just sit down and talk, and kept all the money and just bought a $10 million mansion after like 2 years, I think that universe where I just sit down and talk and buy a $10 million mansion and make a video on the mansion, that version of me would get maybe 1% of the shit that the version. Completely. Yeah. And so it's like, but that's not why I do it, because
10%. I'll say 10% of the shit.
The philanthropy channel, but I just want to help people and it's cool projects and I believe in what it's doing. But it's a little funny when you think about it.
I mean, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's absolutely the devil horns thing. Dogpack actually cut a part out of his first video about you being the Antichrist. Did you see that?
I did.
What'd you think of that? You get here a little fast, to be honest.
The sad part is he was being serious in it. And,
yeah, he cut that part out.
And that he showed that part publicly, and people still were like, okay, well, Kim saying Jimmy's the Antichrist because one of his studios was a church, because there's not many warehouses in North Carolina, so I just bought a church and converted it into a warehouse. Mm-hmm. And like he unironically was
there. I have no problem with buying a church and converting it into a warehouse, because you guys have no idea how many like old ass dilapidated churches there are for sale for like pretty cheap. And the reason is because nobody wants to refurbish them. It is expensive as hell to refurbish those old buildings, and many of them aren't up to code anymore. And like once you refurbish them, not only do you need to make sure that they're not gonna like kill someone and are usable, but quite often in the act of refurbishing them, you need to bring them up to certain modern codes that they might have never been designed to accommodate. And with certain buildings, if they're old enough or unique enough, you can get like historical allowances for it being historical architecture. But there are plenty of old churches you can buy kind of cheap that aren't even in that bad a shape. So I've thought about it myself. I've seen 1 or 2 churches go up. I'm like, wait, you can get a building that big for that cheap? Man, if I had the money, I'd do that right now. So I got no problem with him buying a church and using it for something else.
Claiming I was the Antichrist.
That's just
in the
weird.
same videos, all these other accusations.
That
but
people
everyone's
say
like,
that.
Oh, that's the only crazy accusation. Everything else is true. When I saw that, I was like, okay, now people are gonna like be like, okay, maybe it's just, you know, but didn't change anything.
I mean, yeah. Does it like bother you? Did that bother you specifically, or is it just? I mean, because like, how do you even?
I'm not the Antichrist. I mean, where's the Bible? I'm not the Antichrist. There you go.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I kind of thought you might be. It is a weird one because I've heard people say that in my real life. They're like, his name is, we live out here in the sticks.
Yeah.
All right. And they're like, his name is Beast. It's got the 6,000. That's a 6. Like people, I think that's very funny, to be honest, and in like an ironic way. I don't actually obviously believe that you are the Antichrist.
I'll be honest. I don't even know what that means. The Antichrist. I see those conspiracy theories occasionally, and I just.
So here's the crazy thing: most people don't know what the Antichrist means, and unless I'm wrong, I got to reread it again. It's been a while, but the Antichrist isn't actually the devil, like most people say. The Antichrist is the fear of Christ within yourself, or like the part of you, your own soul, not even your soul. It's because your soul loves Christ. It's the part of your mind and your body that reject Christ. That's the Antichrist. The Antichrist lives within you. It's not a being outside of you. Now, what people mean when they say the Antichrist is the great deceiver. It will be Satan that returns at the end of the world to declare war on the land. So I know what they mean, but they're using the wrong term, and I just want to clarify there.
I don't even, like if I was just like I tweeted, yes, I'm the Antichrist. Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
The people that use the word don't know what it means, so don't worry about it.
Only occasionally. Not in the past year. I've kind of moved away from it.
Yeah, you've
Good answer. I like that answer.
I mean, we need to stop joking like this because that's gonna be the
People
next.
are gonna.
This video.
Mr. Beast Antichrist confirmed.
Yeah, they're gonna take the clip of me talking about the thumbnail with the horns and put that there.
Yeah, I'll show them a picture of my circle with a pentagram in it that you spawned out of.
Yeah.
Anyways, do you plan? So back to philanthropy.
Okay, this got really entertaining all of a sudden.
Actually important because that's what the whole point of this video is, to try to be.
Oompa, we're being serious.
Yeah, it's serious.
Hey, lock in.
Yeah, it's a serious video, and we're trying to be honest.
It actually is serious.
It really is very serious.
Oh.
Do you plan to provide more transparency in how funds are used for your philanthropic efforts for Beast Philanthropy, your 501?
I've seen a lot of people ask about that too. So for the Beast Philanthropy, anyone can audit our books. We pass the audit every year, and we make those things public. Also, I actually called CoffeeZilla like 9 months ago, and I asked him to do a video where he like broke down. Maybe it was the 9 months ago. I don't know the exact month, but like Beast Philanthropy like broke down. Maybe it was the 9 months ago.
Can it pause? There we go. Yes, this is true. He called and asked me to audit Beast Philanthropy. I declined because I am not an accountant and I don't investigate to prove someone is innocent. Okay, so I agree with him not being an accountant, but honestly, CoffeeZilla saying he doesn't investigate to prove someone is innocent, it kind of made me lose a little bit of respect for the dude, because it's like I very much love the content he does, CoffeeZilla, but at the same time, it's like, man, if you're gonna do all this effort into proving negative things, but you won't put the effort into proving a positive thing, what are you really after then, bro? And now, I will say, perhaps Coffee kind of just said, you know, this whole Mr. Beast drama, I don't want to touch this with like a 10-foot pole. I don't want to be the guy that goes in for Mr. Beast. What's up? Yo, Kingpinner, how's it going? AWOL, what's up, dude? Good to see you guys. I've been, I meant to get started earlier, I wanted to start like actually watching this video at like 9. I'm done with it by now, but it takes way longer to pull painter's tape off the wall than I anticipated. It literally 6 hours longer than I expected. But hey, we're here now. You getting caught up? Hydrate? Yeah, for sure. How you guys doing? Thanks for stopping by. We got like an hour left of this video, I think, and then I'm probably gonna go to sleep. But excuse me, I've been starting. Let me hydrate. Cheers, buddy. So I've been starting to leave the stream up 24 hours now. I've got a whole bunch of AI music I made about 6 months ago, and the primary reason I did it is so that I can have music in the background of my streams without them getting copyright claimed, and like all the other stuff out there sucked. It's funny, I can make better AI music than most people can make themselves. And the cool thing is, some of them came out so good that I intend to cover them on my main channel and like make them real songs, change some of the melodies, the organization of the stuff. But I'm trying to leave that up constantly. So I just changed the title and the scene. And it's actually, that's why it says it's like 24 hours. I haven't been actually streaming for 24 hours. Wait, did it freeze? Let me reload this. You guys can see this, right? I switched over to my tab. I always run a tab up to make sure that the stream is good. But yeah, all right. So I've been doing that. Last night was the first time I tried it. I started it in I'm Only Sleeping because I was asleep, but I worried when I woke up that it might get demonetized in that category, because if you go and look the I'm Only Sleeping category, like half of the thumbnails are blurred out for sexual content, and I was literally I have VLC Media Player, so here's the music channel, by the way, where I upload all that shit. I want to start making new songs. I haven't uploaded one in a while, but I also got some backlog I want to do on that. I need to edit the titles and try and get the channel to show up in search results. For whatever reason, it doesn't show up in search results. And every time I ask, YouTube won't give me a straight answer. Like, YouTube is the worst website as far as like transparency and censorship, but it's what we have. So, but yeah, when I go to sleep, this is just like, this isn't even all of them. These are just the ones that I like to listen to on my stream. Not all of them end up being great on the stream, but whenever I go to sleep, we just go ahead and start this up. And we leave that all night. Oh, this one was fun. I tried to make, what's this called? This is such a great song. This was just like a chill thing. Speeds up a little bit at the end. But what else we got? It's on shuffle. Cool. What's it gonna play? So this one is a Fallout theme song from the Fallout video game. I wrote it for 420, actually, and released it on 420, I believe. It's about a dude that is in the Fallout universe, and he just goes around picking up random plants and smokes them, and he like sprouts wings and flies away and stuff. Fucking amazing. And it's like a little bit of ska. I want to do more ska. But yeah, so that's what we do with the channel when I go to sleep now. I'm trying to... I've got to admit, I'm farming. I'm trying to get my numbers up, trying to get a little bit of ad revenue going, but it's primarily so that I can do this full time, you know? And hopefully within a month or a couple weeks, I'll be able to get back to a number of viewers where I can actually start accepting, whatchamacallit, sponsorships right now. So I have lists of sponsorships that I can accept through Stream Elements. It looks like there are currently 31 available. Like not all of them will have open spots, nor will all of them be something I can or am willing to do. So like all these don't have any spots available. I'm probably not going to do any mobile only sponsorships, but I definitely want to try some of these out. I know from the first time that I did it, I've done one or two before. You need numbers before you do it, because if you don't get a minimum threshold, you just don't get a payout at all. So I think one of them was a Genshin Impact one. So I literally spent like 2 days streaming something and then didn't get paid for it, because it was one of the times when I came back and I hadn't built my numbers back up yet. So this time we're going to wait until I build my numbers back up to a point where I think I can actually meet the minimum thresholds to get the payout. And then we're going to start doing sponsored streams too. Also, I just want to, even if I'm worried about accepting them and not getting payouts, not meeting the thresholds, because then they might stop offering them, you know? So I'm just gonna have to look and see which one have the lowest threshold payouts and see if I can get some people to go in there. If you're interested in any of these guys, you gotta let me know. The ones that I think are most generally up are like HelloFresh and Factor 75. Y'all probably get discounts for those. Those are both different food things. I think HelloFresh, you make it yourself, whereas Factor 75 is pre-made meals. And then I'll probably play Star Trek Fleet Command again. I think I used to play that on mobile. What else we got? There is Uno. I'd play that. Oh, that's mobile only? Maybe not. I'll definitely play Genshin Impact. I think I still have that installed. What else is there? There's a whole bunch of mobile onlys. Warpath looks fun. I do want to try that just because. Guns of Glory. Oh, that's a mobile only. I'll have to see how exactly to set up a mobile. There's a Game of Thrones Winter is coming. I don't want to sign up for that. I definitely want to do that one. I've got to see if they're how to do a mobile only thing. There's going to be steps probably. I'm sure it's not too hard, but it's not as simple as just firing something up on PC. All right, let's get back to the video. I do got to finish this,
I don't know the
and I am
exact-
exhausted
break down piece
from
of land and
doing
try to find anything fraudulent in there, because we're
work upstairs
super
all day.
about every penny spent on the charity. So I would, if anyone wants to do a deep dive on
I can't believe it took me so long to pull all that tape off. It was ridiculous, but it's done now. The place looks so much better.
our charity, I would love that, because it would be awesome. So people could see the links we go to on the main channel. I mean, we don't have much transparency, but I mean, it would just be depressing if I showed people, because a lot of our newer philanthropic videos we do on the main channel, like building 100 houses, wells, blind people, we don't do brand deals on them, so those videos lose a ton of money because we definitely don't make enough money off the ad revenue to pay for them. So every single time we do one of those videos on the main channel, it's usually -$1 or -$2 million. So I mean, that's basically the transparency. When I do it on the main channel,
The reason he does it still, even though he loses a $1 or $2 million, is because it's effectively a loss leader, right? You get a lot of recognition for building 1,000 houses. So even if you lose $1 million, the amount of clout you gain probably offsets that. At least for him, that's what his loss leader's about, right? It's all about getting his videos in front of more people, getting more subscribers. Whereas something like Costco, their loss leader is the like $1.25 or whatever it costs hot dog, even though it probably costs them like $2 or $3 per hot dog at this point. But the whole reason is that it gets people inside. They go get their hot dog, and then they leave with a brand new flat screen TV, right?
They typically lose a fuck.
That's how a loss leader
The
works.
charity, if anyone wants to like deep dive the books, that'd be awesome. I've been wanting some YouTuber to do that so we could show like how impressive what we do is.
Do you I've heard you repeatedly talk about how much money is lost or whatever. What makes like money? Like how do you how does-
Feastables. As you sell food. So obviously it is profitable. But yeah, I mean the content is just we lose a lot of money on our content. I don't want to say it because but it's a disgusting amount. But so we offset it through things like Feastables and things like that. As a whole, we're gonna lose money this year, especially because of everything going on. Didn't really help.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the transparency. I mean, obviously, you can, like you mentioned, you can audit
The
charities.
philanthropy books.
They're
Yeah.
totally public. So
Yeah, I would love to fly someone out. We've unironically been wanting to do this. We asked a couple YouTubers that just were like, well, if you're asking us, then there's probably nothing there, so why would I do a video on it?
Yeah.
So like people only care when there's a smoking gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's kind of what I said about CoffeeZilla. Like, it made me lose a little bit of respect for the dude. It's like, if you're only gonna investigate negative things and not help clear someone's name, then you're really a true investigator, or are you just another clout chasing goblin? I hate to say it. I lost a lot of respect for Coffee. He said he wasn't gonna investigate the charity, but at the same, it's not even when he said no. It's because he said he doesn't clear people's names like that. It's like, really? Yeah. If he had just left it at, no, I'm not an accountant. Cool. Yeah. Easy. Go for it. I would have been fine with that. But when he said, no, I'm not an accountant, and I don't, like, whatever the specific second half was, where it was like, I only do reports when I think there's something there. It's like, okay. I mean, I think especially if it were like me asking CoffeeZilla to be like, hey man, can you go over my bank accounts? I could see him saying like, nah, I don't think there's anything to look at there. But in this situation, it's like everyone is riding Mr. Beast. It's like, give the dude a chance to clear his name, You're the internet investigator. And he's more crypto, but still, I don't know. Kind of left a bad taste in my mouth.
like I've been trying to get someone to do a video like deep diving the Beast Philanthropy financials because people have so many like theories exactly, and I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to hide anything. Like they just literally say no when I ask.
I need to catch up with my phone real quick.
Some fans feel like there's
I'll do that
a
before I
line
go to bed.
between philanthropy and using vulnerable people for content. How do you feel about people who think that your videos unintentionally exploit vulnerable people for entertainment? So, I think that's a very valid concern that people have, and I think this is one that's going to be hard to kind of explain because people are going to just be like, well, just be a rich guy and donate all your money, and you have more money than me, therefore you have to donate it, or I can criticize you. Like that.
Yeah.
It's a really hard argument to win, I guess. But if you had to explain that, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. Honestly, that would be an easier one to take video by video because obviously that is something I'm very cognizant of, and I don't want to take advantage of people or use people, but I mean, one video I'm burying myself alive. The next video we're flying, like comparing it, the world's cheapest plane ticket, the most expensive. The other we're helping 1,000 people see. The other we're putting 100 people in a circle. They're just so different, right? The answer to that for helping 1,000 people see.
He keeps bringing up the helping 1,000 people. Okay, maybe he's gonna answer here because he just started going into it. But that's one of the ones that has the most legitimate concerns, I feel like, because the guys that were involved with that said they didn't get paid and that Mr. Beast misrepresented the whole thing. I want to know if Oompa's going to push him on that.
see again would be completely different than the answer for, you know, when I put 100 people in a
Caleb.
circle or whatever. So as a blanket one, I'm not 100% sure how to like just blanketly answer it. Besides, like, that is something I'm very aware of, and like we try to, you know, pick people who, you know, don't really fit that bill, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It seems like a difficult line to walk, to be honest. I don't think. Yeah, it's a tough.
Like
tough
if
business.
when we were doing the helping 1,000 people see again, like if someone's like, I don't want to be on camera, which this happened lots of times, you know,
Oh, my
we just,
shoulder.
like, that's fine. You can still have the surgery, like, you know. So a lot of times we do that, especially in the ones where people are more less fortunate. We're very hyper cognizant of it, and we cut people out all the time, or we just don't even film. Like sometimes people, we make them aware beforehand, but they'll just show up and then they'll get a little camera shy. And like anytime I pick up on that, I'm always like, hey, like if you don't want to be on camera, we will still do this. Like it's perfectly fine. And they're always like, oh, then yeah, I'd prefer not to. And it's like, cool. And then we just step out and let them do their thing.
That's cool. Yeah, I think because that's one thing that's like a running joke is like you have to be on camera, you have to be a part of it.
That's a part of why I like doing so many, because like if I do 1,000 surgeries, it's like I don't need all of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
If he does 1,000 surgeries,
exactly.
he probably
Still,
needs
like rapid
like
fire so people can see proof that
Yeah.
did that many.
like
but it's
like 300.
100 of them or 200 of them don't want to be on camera. It's not a big
Exactly. Yeah.
Now to the 1,000 video, 1,000 people with blindness video. There was a nonprofit that alleged it was.
Oh, that's a good segue.
Yes.
Yeah. It was,
Yes, dude. I was. This is exactly what I was saying. Get him, Caleb. Put him on the ropes. See what he says.
It alleged that it was not paid.
Yeah.
And you eventually paid them 8 months later. What was the cause of the delay?
Yeah, 100%. And that you said alleged. I mean, we didn't. So they weren't paid. Let me zoom out. Basically, we did a video where we helped 1,000 people see again. We off camera actually did 800 other surgeries. So we did 1,800 surgeries. I just only put 1,000 in the video. And we, for a lot of them, we worked through with the charity just to make sure things were, you know, because they had a lot of experience with this. And then that charity worked with a lot of doctors on the ground and other little charities. And one of the charities that they worked with did a couple dozen surgeries. I don't know the exact number. I'm going to say around 30.
Okay.
And then the charity we were working with was supposed to release the funds to him afterwards to pay for it. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding. They didn't get it, so we ended up paying for like 970, and like I didn't know of this, but like that little misunderstanding never got taken care of. So then the charity that did the 30 surgeries made a video saying, hey, you know, we didn't get paid. Somehow that never ended up on my radar for 8 months, which is honestly crazy. I don't know how no one sent that to me. We obviously had no knowledge of it. And then I saw it a couple weeks ago and I was like, whoa, I instantly called the team we were working with and I was like, what's going on here? And then we looked through it all, blah, blah. And then I was just like, I just paid them. So I actually double paid for those surgeries and just paid them separately. Obviously just a little misunderstanding, 1,000 surgeries. Even if you here's a couple ways you could look at this rationally. If
I have lost a fair bit of respect for that charity now because I saw that video and they made it seem like maybe I think they probably glossed over it a little bit. It's been months since I saw that video, so I'm trying to recall, but they definitely made it seem like they did more than 30 surgeries. Like they did a lot of surgeries and they just got hung out to dry. They also made it seem like Mr. Beast was supposed to be involved and wasn't, but I don't know. It's seeming kind of sus now. It almost seems like they kind of intentionally hung Mr. Beast out to dry when everything started going to shit, you know? But at the same time, maybe Mr. Beast is lying because I do feel like I don't remember if they said they did, but I think they said they did. I do feel like if I were the director of that charity, I'd like reach out to the Beast team and be like, hey, so about that money you promised us. And he said no one ever contacted them. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with that.
970 surgeries. Why would I intentionally not pay the last 30 to save 3%? Just nuke the entire rep of the video. Just to
Yes,
save
that
3%
definitely
money.
seems-
A, that just doesn't even seem logical. B,
Yeah.
what makes it even less logical is we did 800 more eye surgeries off camera. And obviously, now I'm over explaining things, but I have to, because there are literal videos using this as proof that I'm evil, and using this as proof that I don't care, and using this as proof that I fake things, the horns. Yeah. So like, but when you think about it, we did 800 off camera. So if I was aware that of the paperwork trail and the mishap, and that we didn't pay those 30, why would I not just take 30 of the 800 we did off camera and swap it out for those, and just, put the 30 that people are claiming we intentionally didn't pay for off camera? It's almost like I didn't know, because if I was trying to be manipulative, I wouldn't have put them in the video, because I had 800 other ones. You see what I'm saying? So everything about it just makes no sense. And then even the person, after we reached out, he deleted his video and he uploaded a video saying, "Oh, it's just a misunderstanding." But everyone just conveniently ignores that because it doesn't help their narrative. So
It's not as fun.
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Like, these are huge.
Let's see if that video exists. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, we're probably gonna watch that before we go to sleep. I love it, Tozy. And I've kinda love watching Johnny Somali destroy his life too. Eye surgery, charity, beast. This is it. Mission flight.
Hey guys, Mike from Mission Flight. Big update regarding our video about Mr. Beast and the eye surgeries. And thank you to you, the online community, that helped get the word out. In fact, yesterday, someone from Jimmy's team contacted us and was sincerely surprised that, that we had not been compensated. He was pretty shocked and asked what they can do to make things right. I just referenced back to our video where we had done 62 surgeries that weekend. They cost
62.
us about
Okay.
$2,000 each, and so they wired
No, it's more than the 30.
$124,000
It's 62.
this morning. So thank you again very much. Thank you to Jimmy and the team for fixing the problem so quickly. And yeah, there was a third party involved with big miscommunications and misunderstandings. And I believe that those things are going to get worked out as well in the future, or maybe
So it was a
certain
telephone
third parties are
game
not
that
gonna
fell
be
apart.
used in the future. We just look forward to serving more people. This is what we do throughout the year, all the time, and it's our pleasure. And so we look forward to serving more and more
The
people,
comment.
perhaps doing that together. And so we look forward to seeing what lies ahead. So we're just going to turn the page and move onward and upward and just say thank you again.
Okay, I appreciate the charity uploading that clarifying post. I think it's hilarious. Sir, blink thrice if someone behind the camera is threatening you. That's pretty fun. If you can't believe it took 8 months to get this attention, then I don't think these people realize this channel has not even 2,000 subscribers. That is literally nothing. Literally nothing compared to someone like Mr. Beast. Like, you could take all the views. I'm guessing. I haven't looked at it, but I'm guessing you could take all the views on every video this channel has ever had, and they wouldn't even equal one Mr. Beast video. So it's like, it's asking why Mr. Beast didn't notice one grain of sand on a beach. Well, because he was chasing a beach ball, that's why, you know? So it's like, oh, that grain of sand got neglected. Well, yeah, now that we know about it, let's do
Project.
it. It just literally when you look at the level he operates at, I don't think like 125K or 24K or whatever it was, that's a massive amount of money to most people. That's more than most people make in 2 years as like based off the average American income. So, but to him, that's a fraction of their budget. When they lose 1 to 2 million videos per $1 to $2 million per charity video, there is a small argument that when they know a video is going to be a loss leader like that, they might be trying to shave off the bottom line a little bit, save a little bit here and there. But I just don't think it's worth the potential negative PR hit that would come from doing something like that. And the thing that Jimmy cares most about is the image of the Mr. brand. So I don't think he would risk the entire image of the Mr. Beast brand, especially when he's trying to do philanthropy and all that stuff, just to save 125K.
I'd love to see any of the people making videos on this, like, try to just help 10 people see again. Now picture 1,000. Like 1,000. That is, well, actually we did 1,800. So 1,800. It was just a lot of stuff. Like, it's, you know, it's not like I can individually call all 1,800 afterwards and things like that. Like, some of these were in poor places. They don't even have phones. So, yeah. A little bit of a whoopsie, but we fixed it when we found out about the whoopsie. I mean, that's the honest truth.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect to not make mistakes with an operation that's big.
Yeah.
It's just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen.
When I do, we fix them.
Yeah, and then say there's transparency there. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a non-issue.
I mean, you would think that, but plenty of thumbnails.
It took TMC's 3 years to remove the equivalent of 10 hours worth of trash being dumped into the ocean every day. And a lot of people have criticized the campaign as being ineffective and that you should have been doing something else instead of Team C's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like how do you respond to that?
Yeah. So first off, because I get this a ton with Team C's. Like, this isn't even like a new thing. Ever since we did it, people constantly bring this up. So I just also, to the people who allege that criticism, because obviously you're just trying to be the mouthpiece for the internet. I assume you don't believe this, and you can probably already guess what I'm going to say. But to the people who I see this every single day on Twitter and Reddit, first off, let's just contextualize what we're talking about. We're saying only 34 million pounds of trash was removed out of the ocean. We're talking like multiple Empire State Buildings worth of just trash.
That's insane.
Out of the ocean, and we're acting like that's not a crazy thing if you just look at it in absolute terms. Like 34 million, not 34,000 million pounds. You know how crazy that is?
Most people.
And there's a couple things I want to say.
All right. Well, most Mr. Beast, Jimmy. Most people have very, very tiny brains that can't conceptualize numbers that large because they've never really experienced them. So it's like, for them, 1 million is the same thing as 1,000 in some respect. It's like 10 more, kind of, as far as their scale in their brain. They don't understand that, like, 1 million is orders of magnitudes bigger than 1,000 or even 10,000. So I think that's part of the issue here. Like, people are very, very bad at very, very big numbers. Like, the sun is 93 million miles away. Most people can't even begin to fathom how far away that actually is. You like try and get them to like guess, as if you like shrink that scale down to this room and try and get them, or like a gymnasium, and try and get them to guess, you can give them a scale and be like, all right, so where would the sun be? They'll, like 90% of them will get it so wrong it's not even close. So I think that's one of the issues too. As someone, especially as someone like him, who that's a small number for him, he's not gonna realize that most people can't conceptualize. They they would not know that that much trash is the size of the Empire State Building. For them, that's maybe just a few garbage trucks, you know?
On this, because I find it funny. It's like when I don't even know where I got this analogy from. When a firefighter, stops a building from burning down, you don't go, well, 100,000 buildings burned down today. You only stop one. What are you doing? Yeah, exactly. So, hey,
yes, they do actually.
That's a good analogy. That just popped in my head.
That's good.
Yes, they do actually. You have no idea how much hate firefighters you get. I've had so much shit for being a firefighter.
To inspire millions of people around the world to be more conscious of these things and to just care and be more aware, right? Like over 1,000 creators made videos on TeamSeas.
I ain't gonna talk shit on the town though.
I believe has 100 million views. Mark Rover, all these other big creators.
Leave that in the
And
past.
All these people that look up.
I
to these
might-
creators saw a video of these creators talking.
If I can find the video footage, I think it got deleted. I was going to do a video about an interaction I had with a police officer in the old town I lived in. But when I had some Google Drive. Google's like the most evil company in the world. If you go over on your Google Drive and can't afford to pay for it, they make it so you stop receiving your email. So I had to delete 100 gigabytes worth of content, most of which hasn't been uploaded yet. So it's just gone to history. I might have lost an entire video series I was working on that I hadn't posted yet. Like a dozen different videos from one video series. And I think I might have also lost the video I had for my police interaction, because the phone I recorded on is dead now too. But I don't know why I'm going off on that, right? Totally unnecessary. But yeah, so I don't think that video is happening anymore. But if I ever do find that content, I will post the video.
Positive about the environment. And like my thing I would say to them is like when people are like, oh, it only removed like half a day's worth of trash that's put into the ocean. How do you quantify the impact of those millions of people who got inspired to be more cognizant of these things and extrapolate that over the next decade? You know what I mean? Like no one seems to factor that in because it doesn't fit the agenda. I stand by TeamSeas. I think it was a phenomenal project. I think it did a lot of good.
The crazy thing is that people actually expect one man to be able to offset all the trash that gets thrown into the ocean by the entire world. It's like, I wonder how much trash those people that are criticizing him for pulling trash out of the ocean, I bet you none. In fact, I bet you they probably leave their Starbucks cup somewhere expecting someone else to take care of it.
And I would challenge anyone else to try to remove 34. I mean, it wasn't me, it was the whole YouTube community. But like, if you have a better solution, go do it. But to me, 34 million pounds of trash out of the ocean, plus, inspiring millions of people to be more cognizant of it, I think it's a win. So I'm actually glad I got to say this here because that is just something that I just feel like it's absurd, to be honest.
Yeah.
I agree. It's absurd. I'll give him that one.
Topic in the same vein is the 100 Wells in Africa project.
Yeah.
In that video, part of the criticism for that video is that a few of the wells that you built were showed in different shots, or the same wells were showed in different shots.
Yeah.
That would imply to some people that you may not have built all 100.
Yeah.
Did you build 100 wells in Africa?
Yes. So you already know what I'm going to say. I mean, I would loop this in with the same thing as the hospital thing.
Yeah. All right. So let's see. Where's did this stuff get cut out? The union for Beast Games. What union did you use? Or did they go over this last night when I was falling asleep? 2 unions for Beast names. National Association of Broadcast Employees and Technicians and Directors go to candor. Okay. There are proof of people leaving immediately after arriving at challenges. When learning, they get paid regardless of participation. Yes, this happens all the time. Here's my girlfriend Thea talking about our podcast years ago. Okay. I don't know if that's necessarily proof. Hearsay doesn't count as proof, but I believe it regardless, because, oh, I know people. Jimmy states that if people would like a refund from the live stream where, yeah, we haven't got to that yet, but Jimmy states that if people would like a refund from the, maybe we did when I was falling asleep though, last night, where he was accused of running illegal laundry, then they can fill in a form provided and will be put somewhere like the description of our video. We need a form link or something like that if possible to provide. There's a link, Mr. Funds. Did Jimmy show us any receipts he might have for the recent payments of the 1,000 eye surgeries? This is the person who made the video say he wasn't paid for it, and he did after we paid him. Yeah, we watched that updated video. Yo, what's up, generic cavitation enjoyer? What's your favorite type of cavitation? Well, obviously generic, but how's it going? Welcome to the chat. We are currently watching the Oompaville Mr. Beast interview, and we are going through the provided evidence as they talk about it at the same time. This is the one we're looking for right now. Can Jimmy supply any receipts that show 100 wells were built, or any information to help quantify how many wells he actually built in Africa? Wells of Life was one of the partners who helped us with the video. You can read more about it on their website. Do you have dyslexia? I do not. I do probably need new glasses though. I forgive you for the horrible pronunciation. Caviation? Okay. Generic. Oh! I see. Generic aviation enjoyer. I just need new glasses. It's the primary thing. I haven't gotten new glasses in years, and these are like $2 Walmart readers that were never actually my proper prescription. So I don't have dyslexia. I just have really bad eyes. So hopefully you can forgive me for bad eyesight. God gifted me with great hearing, but not the greatest eyes. I actually have, I don't want to show too much stuff, but on the new phone I set it up so like, is there something I can show that will show it without, I'm starting to use like the things that high contrast letters and stuff on my phone to make it easier for me to read. I also need glasses. Well, no glasses won't cure my condition. That's a shame. I'm hoping I can get surgery at some point, but my sister got the surgery a few years ago, and she's younger than me, about by a year. But there are different kinds of surgery, but the surgery she got, you can only get it twice, and it's already started to fade, the original surgery for her. Like, she's back to needing readers, I think. So I want to wait as long as possible, to the point where I'm just like, okay, we'll get the surgery now so I can see better for a couple years. And then hopefully, like, by the time, actually what I really want to wait for is I just want to wait until they can like inject stem cells into my eyeballs and give me my 18-year-old eyes again, you know? Actually, no. Give me my 15-year-old eyes, because I probably kind of needed glasses by the time I was 18. Unfortunately for me, my condition is incurable and there's no treatment yet. That's a shame. Hopefully we get some more stem cell research and they can find a cure for that too, because bro, stem cells are incredible. Like, if we could get rid of some of the restrictions on researching with those, because I think they're kind of unnecessary for the most part. I think people who would restrict, as long as they are ethically obtained, you know, I have no problem with any kind of stem cell research. I think if they can restore people's eyesight, if they can fucking cure bone marrow cancers, why aren't we doing more with this stuff? You know, that's my approach to stem cells, at least. And admittedly, I do have a vested interest in that. I would love to see some kind of regenerative eye treatment with stem cells, but also there's so many things: cancer, almost any type of genetic disorder could potentially be treated, if not entirely cured, with stem cells. Even eye transplant become a thing that won't fix it. Why is that? Is it more like a retina or a brain thing then? Apparently someone tried a brain transplant. I think it was a Russian doctor, of course. Or it was a head transplant, one of those two. Dude, Russians do the craziest shit. I love it. All right, but we are confirming this source. Let's see. Wells of Life joined forces with Mr. Beast to transform futures. Every donation Wells of Life propels us towards our next monumental goal, an additional 100 wells. So they've provided lots of proof that isn't proof. Because, like, this doesn't actually prove that they did build the wells. I want to see, like, a Google Maps of every single well marked. That would be proof to me, you know? But, alright. A lot of the other things were proof. But, like, one was... this is hearsay. He didn't provide proof that they actually used these unions. He just said they did. This is proof here. Or screenshots can be faked, but then so can bank statements. Anything can be faked these days. So I'll accept this as proof. It looks like he did actually wire the money. It's a brain thing. Visual snow syndrome. We gotta use... I understand why a lot of people think that, but here's my thing. If you do evil to evil, you're still just perpetuating evil. If you really want to... I think what I think we actually need to do is just allow people to volunteer for experimental procedures. There are certain things that I think are too strictly regulated to the point where they prevent actual progress. I don't think we should do any insane, like, Nazi type experiments where we're like experimenting on prisoners, because then we're no better than they are. But I do think people that have no options left and are willing to try anything should be allowed to do that, instead of just being told, oh, well, that's not ready for clinical trials yet because they haven't murdered enough rats yet. Like, really? This guy's got 2 months to live, and the company's ready to try it, but the FDA says you gotta wait 2 more years. I'd say let the guy take the Hail Mary, you know? Yeah, Nazi? Yeah. They did insane shit. Like, they would, like, literally cut off one twin's arm to see if the other twin felt it or something like that. It's just like, what, bro? Not saying that the U.S. government is any better. The U.S. government used to intentionally infect black men with syphilis to, like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Not even necessarily uncurable diseases, because sometimes diseases are curable or manageable, they've just reached a point where their quality of life is so low that even if they're gonna live for 5 or 10 more years, it's almost not worth it unless they can overcome certain barriers. So if there's an experimental procedure that may or may not be ready yet, but they're like, bro, I can't do this anymore, like just kill me now or let me do the procedure. And we don't allow people to we don't allow medically assisted suicide here, right? So I feel like if someone wants to take that Hail Mary shot, even if like there's a 20% of chance of success, we should be like, yeah, it's your body, go for it, you know? But I feel like when you draw a hard line, like uncurable diseases, well, then you have that slippery slope and it all becomes politicized of like, oh, well, what is an uncurable disease? And like, what if this disease suddenly comes with a cure? Or what if it's a treatment but not a cure? And then, so, because people just politicize everything. So I feel like I operate off principles, which there's like no principled people left in the world. But my principle is that everyone deserves the right to body autonomy, whether that's the right to abortion, whether that's the right to refuse, what are they called? I'm tired. I was doing renovation work all day in the house. My brain's fried. The right to refuse the fucking vaccines. No one should be forced to have a medical procedure they don't want, but no one should also be forced. No one should be denied a medical procedure they need. And I feel like if someone wants to take the risk with an experimental, unproven medical procedure, they should be allowed to do that as long as they are fully made aware that, like, yeah, there's a 70% chance you could die or just never recover from this. So I feel like everyone has the right to their own body specifically. And from that extension, like, I really don't care if someone wants to inject themselves with formaldehyde and see if it allows them to live forever, you know? Like, we know it's probably not going to, but it's their body. It's their right to decide what goes into their body and what happens to it. That's my principle. Yo, what's up, Rose? How you doing? Good to see you as always. How are you today? Does that make sense? I'm trying to figure out how to shorten your name, Aviation Enjoyer. I guess that's not bad. How about no, I don't know. I'll just say the whole thing the whole time, each time, I guess.
I need to have someone who like QCs
Generic Aviation Enjoyer.
More hardcore. I need someone who literally goes frame by frame. Like, we finish a video and then they spend like 3 days just going frame by frame, making sure there's no mess ups. Yeah, I think like 1 or 2 of the wells we accidentally showed this like same well as a different number.
It's actually mind-boggling. He doesn't have that already. I kind of like.
I don't even know where I got this analogy from. When a
Right.
firefighter.
That's a terrible analogy.
Aside from
People hated me for
Yeah,
being a
there's
firefighter for
plus,
so many years. So
You know, inspiring millions of people to be more cognizant of it. To be honest.
Yeah. Another topic in that video, part of the same wells were showed in different shots.
yeah.
That would imply to some.
This is
people,
the part I was
you may
talking
not have
over.
Built all 100.
His answer here.
Did you build?
So the question is specifically in the 100 well video, people are claiming that there were multiple wells, that some wells were shown more than once. So he didn't build 100 wells. He built less than that and then showed the same one multiple times to make it seem like he built 100.
100 wells in Africa?
Yes. So you already know what I'm going to say. I mean, I would loop this in with the same thing as the hospital thing. Seems like I need to have someone who like QCs things before we upload it more hardcore. I need someone who literally goes frame by frame. Like, we finish a video and then they spend like 3 days just going frame by frame, making sure there's no mess ups. Yeah, I think like 1 or 2 of the wells we accidentally showed this like same well as on different numbers.
It blows my mind that at his size, at his level, he doesn't have that. I feel like I would have that as soon as I hit 1 million subscribers. You know, that's like the 4th person I'd hire. I'd hire either like probably an editor first, and then a manager, and then a social media person, and then a quality control person. So why doesn't he have one already when he has 400 employees? He'd need like probably 10 quality control people, but still, it's kind of ridiculous he doesn't have one.
But once again, like I said with the blind thing, like why would I spend 98% of the money and then just fake 2 wells, like, and destroy the entire integrity to save 2%? I'm glad we're hitting these though, so I can. Anyone who made those videos like saying the philanthropy's fake, like that's the one that bothers me.
I'm great.
So
I'm glad to hear that, Rose. That's
honestly,
awesome.
if you could just delete them, like that'd be great. So like it's so bad, man. Like because it makes charities not want to work with us, and it makes like it just really like has made doing the projects we want to do like a lot more difficult, to be honest.
Yeah.
So I'm glad we're hitting these.
Aside from it being just difficult, does it make like how I've asked you how it makes you feel? You said it doesn't feel good with regard to that. Like this charity thing, it's got to feel good to do this.
Yeah.
And you're surrounded by people who I'm assuming are enjoying the work that they're doing. I know a fella Darren is involved in the philanthropy, or at least was. I'm not sure if he's still around, but you know, there's some good people obviously involved in this. Like, how does it make you feel after all these allegations that are coming out that you can't really do this anymore?
Well, we can still do it. It's just infinitely harder. I mean,
Right.
we're never gonna stop. But yeah, it's
There's a time limit on it. It's finite.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping, like, that's why I'm here. Like,
Right.
one of the reasons why I'm here, I'm hoping this, like, puts this stuff out there. These things kind of die down, and we can go back to the status quo where I can actually do brand deals and help people, and charities want to work with us and things like that. But, I mean, shocker, sucks. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel good, but it's really, it's not even about me. I mean, it's a lot of these things. What bothers me is that they're employees, even for the charity. Like, not, regardless of the people we help and the projects we do, I also just have a lot of people who work for my charity. You know what I mean? Like, and those people, like I just, a lot of these things, like the first thing that jumps to my mind is like, it's just not fair to them. You know what I mean? Like, think of like the Wells Project. We worked on that for a year. You know what I mean? Like, think of my employees who worked on that and poured everything they had into that project over the course of a year, and then like some small editing slip up, and now everything they did that they put their stamp of approval, they put their name on, they showed their families that they made, is now being discredited. You know what I mean? It's like, it's kind of like, it's very depressing for them too. And I'm like, you know, what do I say? I'm like, you know, it's brutal, to be honest. For them, you know, even more than me, because they're like, obviously I have a lot going on, I'm multi-business, and I'm always filming videos, like, but you know, we have certain teams dedicated to certain videos, and like when those videos get like deliberate disinformation, it's like I could tell like it really impacts the people that worked on them, because it sucks. Like, that was your life, and then people are just like, oh, this small little mistake, it's fake. Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah, that's something I didn't even consider yet. No, I feel like I've kind of been mentioning a lot of things that Mr. Beast didn't consider, but like for him, it's like each video is just like another stepping stone. But for a lot of his employees, each video might be their masterpiece, you know? And then to have someone shit all over it just because like a tiny editing mistake, that would be really rough.
Do you do off camera, if you don't mind me asking? Also, you know, some people say that filming these types of things sort of calls the authenticity or the intentions into question. If you're filming charity, like, is it real? If a bear's just in the woods, you know, it's one of those old adages. What do you do off camera? What do you feel about that? Because that's a big criticism that a lot of people have had on YouTubers for a very long time.
It's a big criticism.
I have a response to this that I want to say, but I'm gonna wait till I hear what he said.
You know, it's one of those old adages. What do you do off camera? What do you feel about that? Because that's a big criticism that a lot of people have had on YouTubers for a very long time.
It's a big criticism I get, which is funny because if I do something off camera, how do you know about it? So all the people who tweet all the time or whatever go, you wouldn't do anything unless it's on camera. He only does it because it's on camera. How do you know?
Yeah.
Literally, how do you know? I mean, and does it defeat the purpose if I tell you right now? I mean, I will, just because now everyone assumes the worst.
Yeah, I feel like when
Like,
they
it's
ask,
just
you
like-
got to answer.
It's just that one's always been a crazy one to me every time I've seen those go viral. But I mean, now it sounds like weird to just list them off because it's like feels like I'm bragging. But
I wouldn't
mean,
say
the first one that
you don't
pops in
need
my
to
head is,
list
like,
them off,
the
but-
person that would give $1 million that actually got slandered in a lot of this controversy. I knew that a lot of people who come into that kind of money typically go bankrupt, so I gave him a couple $1,000s a month every month for like 4 or 5 years after that video. Never mentioned it publicly, just to help us transition to his new lifestyle.
Right.
That was an easy one. I mean, we did 800 surgeries off camera for blind. Never mentioned that. I'm bringing it up now because the controversy is making me. It's funny because like even things like Feastables, we do a lot to ethically source it, and and I spent an entire week in Ghana, earlier this year, just go.
Oh, that one. Did we show any videos, photos or videos working in Ghana on cocoa farm? Here's some tweets people made when they saw me in Ghana to prove I was there. There's pictures of him in what appears to be Ghana. Wow, Mr. Beast in Ghana. Look at how the boys are gathering to take pictures of him. Yeah, dude, they're so happy. Look at those big ass smiles. That guy was grinning from ear to ear, literally. He doesn't even know he's being filmed there. That dude's pretty happy too. Oh, dude, one of these fucking celebrity tracker. Those have to be the most annoying accounts. Kind of want to see what those notifications are I have, so we'll drag that over there for later. But all right.
Going like working on the farm.
That's one of the most solid pieces of evidence they've
farms,
surprised
and
so
then
far.
Cutting the cacao and fermenting it, the QC, working alongside the farmers, the entire supply chain to make sure it's ethically sourced. I never posted that anywhere. I think I did. I don't remember posting anything. I didn't make a video out of it. I just went there to, inspect our supply chain, do that ethically. I mean, I could go on and on, but it just feels like a little weird to like brag about these things. But yeah, I mean, it's just not true. I do tons of stuff. I mean, even me and my mom, that's part of how we bond is we do things and projects and things she's passionate about and stuff like that off camera. So, I mean, that's something I'm never gonna get away from till the day I die. People are always gonna say, "Oh, you only do it because it's on camera." And I mean, there's technically no good real response. It's like if people want to say that,
Yeah.
they can say that.
I think that was a good answer. So here's the way I feel. Okay, I'll wait till after the ad break. Literally the moment I start talking. Twitch, fix your ad system. Like, I understand that you've got to make money, pay for the servers, and I appreciate that you give me a small portion of the ads that run on my channel. But it really, really burns my ass that the way your ad system works, it interrupts my content. Not like the Super Bowl where you're not missing the game. It happens between the game. It's not like YouTube where it pauses the video to show you the ads. It's not like Instagram or TikTok where you like swipe and it looks like a regular post, but it's an actual ad. It literally gets in the way of my content, and it kind of annoys the piss out of me. And I wish I could turn ads off entirely, but I can't, because even when I turn the ad manager off, they just run ads on my channel anyways without paying me for them. So it's like, what's the fucking point? But anyways, now that we're back, I can actually say the thing I wanted to say, and everyone will hear it. So there's two things I want to say. One was more of a direct comment of, I think that's a good response, because how, like, if you are doing the charity off camera, obviously they aren't going to see it. And yes, there are absolutely lots of people that do performative charity, But I think probably the best example he's had so far, assuming they could be verified, was the 800 extra surgeries he did for the 1,000 surgery video. Like that's pretty huge, you know? So he hasn't said anything about that yet up until then. But the other thing I did have to say is this thing right here. It doesn't matter which version. We'll do the no, which is the one that, oh, the New King James I think is supposed to be pretty solid. So therefore, when you do a charitable deed, do not sound a trumpet before you as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may have glory from men. Assuredly, I say to you, they have their reward. So that is one thing that Jesus said specifically, and basically he was saying, like, don't brag about your good deeds to people, because like you won't receive a reward from my Father because for that deed, because you have already received it in the eyes of men, and like the glory and respect and honor. So, but I don't really believe that the way Mr. Beast does his videos is necessarily bragging about it in that respect, because a lot of it is that there's another aspect to it of where you can be an inspiration, right? You can lead by example. And I do think that's more what Jimmy intends to do, but it's hard to tell, right? It seems like most of the issues. Oh yeah. It seems like most of the issues that people have had with the charities have been pretty much addressed at this point. But you never know. Only Jimmy and God truly know, right?
Yeah, that's valid. Yeah, that's
See, even Oompa agrees with me.
if it doesn't, if people don't know it exists, obviously they're not gonna know that it fucking exists.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it, you're damned if you do. Once again, if you're damned.
And that's the point. Like, I've done, obviously, I'm not going to brag specifically about it, but there are lots of little charitable acts I've done over my life. And I specifically, because of that one passage, I have specifically gone to great lengths often to not let people know it was me. You know, I try and do like, I've sometimes specifically done things to avoid letting the person know who did it, but people are pretty good at pattern recognition. So I've definitely been caught. One of the big things I used to do in the old place was shoveling snow. I used to like go out at 2 or 3 in the morning. Of course, now that I'm saying it to the chat, it won't count anymore. But I used to go out like 2 or 3 in the morning and just shovel lots of people's sidewalks. And that made me feel really good, because I knew they'd come out and they'd go to work and they'd be like, oh, cool. And you know what made me feel the best? After I started doing that, there were a few times I came out in the afternoon, because I'm not a morning person, that my sidewalk was shoveled. And I was like, oh, you know? And if you want to make the world a better place, you got to start with yourself. Do things to make the world a better place on the small level, you know?
Even me saying it here, did that just defeat the purpose of everything I did? Oh, he only did those things so he could use
eventually use it as a way to make
of
himself.
course. I'm sure that like the r/YouTube drama post is gonna say that, and then someone's gonna debunk.
I'm probably not gonna do the shoveling snow thing in the new place, I have a driveway up here, and I don't have a snow. So probably, and we get more snow in those more rural area. So probably just shoveling driveway is going to take as much time and effort as shoveling the block did back in the old place. So we'll see what happens.
But that reply will be deleted.
I'm not going to kill myself doing it, you know?
Some people allege, the internet alleges, some people on the internet allege that you use philanthropy as a shield against criticism.
Yeah.
And like they say that about a lot of people, not just you.
Yeah, everyone does.
How would you respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're always going to say that. So it is a little ironic in my case, especially, I feel like towards this, it was different years ago, but these last 2 years, do you remember when I uploaded like the Wells video, the blind video? Do you remember like how people like lost their minds and got really mad? Do you remember that? Like, I think I was trending on Twitter for like 3.
The Wells one was the most insane thing. Because people, like, I remember like black people claimed it was racist because a white man was going to help black people or something like that. I was like, what the fuck? How many damn demons do you have in your head that you're mad at him for what? That one just got me so mad.
3 days straight after the blind video. And it was not positive. It was like super negative. It was like, it's actually interesting because I talked about this earlier. Like, I actually think I would get less hate if I didn't do philanthropy. So I actually think it's having the inverse effect, at least in the last 2 years. Like, people hate me more because I do good. I mean, it's, I
Yes.
don't know. And maybe that's like too crazy of a
100%, bro. I'm gonna say no good deed goes unpunished. I've been doing everything I can to try and do. I pretty much live my life by the question, what would Jesus do? And well, people hate that. Let's just leave it at that.
I'm not trying to sound like a victim here or anything. So maybe that's too crazy of a statement, but it's just something I'm noticing. Like, I'll do a video, whatever, buried myself alive. No one, like, people, no one criticizes it. It's like, oh, this is a good video, they'll watch it. And then I'll do a video where I build 100 houses. Everyone loses their mind, you know, and give it to homeless people. And Twitter erupts. And so using philanthropy as a shield, honestly, I just don't even agree. Like, I actually think it paints a negative spotlight on me, to be frank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've definitely been a target of a lot of negative things
If I took $5 million and built wells, it
Bro,
would trend on Twitter.
these-
If I took $5 million and made the world's largest firework, I would not trend on Twitter and get hate. I mean, that's the honest truth. So that's my answer. Like, I do the videos because they're just fun. And like, I've always said in podcasts, like, I could make up some sob story of whatever. Like, the truth is, I just find videos where I help people more fun than videos where I don't. And so I just like to occasionally mix them in because it's just makes
I believe that. I believe that. And you know why I believe that? Because the one video where it was like super candid when we were looking at those tweets of him in Ghana, he was actually like, the whole reason that I remarked it was candid is because it was not a flattering angle of him. He looked kind of like annoyed and pissed off at first. But then like those two dudes came up to him. That one guy on the right had like the biggest smile, and I watched this smile slowly creep onto his face. And he just loved that little interaction of like getting to meet those people and maybe help them out and stuff. So I absolutely believe that he likes doing the other videos better. And
actually,
he says he loses money on them. So one, the loss leader, yes, absolutely too. But at the same time, while the Costco hot dog is a loss leader, the Costco CEO, I think he actually loves those hot dogs too. So it's one of those things where it's like, sometimes it can be both, you know? It doesn't have to be one or the other.
didn't want to get hate, I would stop helping people, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's weird because it's like a your philanthropy videos, they really are a huge point of contention on Twitter. And people, you said that if you spent $5 million building a firework, people wouldn't really even get mad. When you did the fucking Squid Games thing, they still were mad at that. They were like, why didn't you give that to, like, they're always going to be making a lot of people upset no matter what.
Especially at my size. You know what I mean?
exactly.
And it's
Yes.
like, if I get 200 million views on a video, if only 1% of people are mad, that's still 2 million, which is more people mad than like might even watch this video. You know what I mean? So it's just like, because of the size, like,
So far, he's only at 1.4 million. So yeah, that's still more people than watch this
Like,
video.
The grander point that I've tried to sort of clarify is like you are the guy. You're the guy, right? You're the guy. You have the highest expectations from everybody, and like people expect you to have extremely high expectations of yourself.
and I don't take that lightly. I agree.
Yeah, of course. So on to Feastables, my favorite chocolate.
Thank you.
Really?
It's just a simple bar of chocolate that happens to not be very good.
Not much competition here.
With all the allegations
I love
that
him,
have come into people's
Frickin'
view
Kayla.
over the last few months, people noticed that on the Feastables website, it originally said that the chocolate was child labor and slave labor free. A lot of people probably don't know that the production of chocolate is it's difficult for it to be ethical, especially at scale. And it no
Chocolate, coffee, clothing, like all that Sheen stuff, bro. If you buy from Sheen, you are supporting sweatshops that hire kids. Like, it's just what it is.
longer says that on the Feastables website, and people have interpreted
Your
it
cell
as saying
phones?
that your chocolate is no longer ethically sourced, and it implies that it is using child labor or slave labor. How would you respond to that?
Yeah, that one was a crazy one when I woke up and saw those videos claiming I used slave labor. What's funny is any of those creators, I'm just going to say it, you could have just literally messaged me and I could have given you the facts, but, you know.
No, they couldn't have, because then they wouldn't have been able to farm misinformation or disinformation for clout and money.
They didn't, and so that was like a crazy few days. Like, I actually, before I go into how we do ethically source our cocoa, and these are just flat out lies, I even there's so many arcs of like allegations. That allegation arc, I even put out an Instagram story about how we ethically source our cocoa, and we even did a press release, and like I've like literally shared these things, and people still were claiming we use slave labor and just ignored it and everything. But is it fine if I just give a little bit of a longer answer on this, so people
Sure.
truly, because I want to make sure people actually understand how ridiculous this claim is.
Yeah, I think it's
So-
also very important as
yeah,
well. I
no,
mean,
this is actually probably one of the most serious allegations of all of them. Like saying we use slave labor is like,
One of the reasons Green Mountain Coffee is my favorite is well, not my favorite, but one of my favorite companies. I'm pretty sure all of theirs is ethically. At least it was 10 years ago when I was in college. Let's make sure, because it's hard to find ethically sourced coffee. Sustainability and responsibly sourced beans. So hopefully that means ethically. I love how no one even cares about it. They care about everything else. Uh-oh. 7 coffee brands to avoid, and it's on the list. Sustainably sourced coffee. The company was founded in Vermont. Oh. Okay. So it was bought by Keurig. But it says, however, they still maintain their commitment to ethical sourcing. So that's good. I didn't know it was bought by Keurig. Like, I knew, like, everyone has K-Cups these days. But I didn't know Green Mountain was bought by Keurig. But let's see. All right. Coffee brands to avoid. Folgers. Yeah. I don't like Folgers. It tastes like chemicals to me. I don't like Maxwell House. It tastes like dirt to me. So that's good. Oh, it's by Kraft. I've never really had Nescafe, but I might have some instant somewhere. I don't think it's Nescafe though. Huge multinational brand of coffee owned by Nestle. We commend Nescafe partnering with the Rainforest Alliance but they do not offer organic. Really? I feel like this one is just splitting hairs. They're like mad because they don't offer organic coffees. I feel like there's worse things. Dunkin' Donuts. They make great coffee. Let's see what's wrong with their company. All Dunkin's restaurant-made espresso beverages are now Rainforest certified, and about 30% of their dock roast coffee beans. As for the rest of their coffee, it seems like it could be sourced from anywhere. Okay, that's a problem. They seem to hate people that don't like organic. So this is definitely a bit of a leftist website. They're taking it a bit too extreme, but hey, it is what it is. This Latin American brand is popular in the Americas. I think I have some of that still somewhere. Is yet another coffee brand, both owned and by James Smucker. Doesn't have any certifications. All right, probably not getting that one again then. Keurig K-Cups. We're not talking about a particular brand of coffee apart from their parent company, Green Mountain, which, by the way, is good coffee according to brand qualifiers we use here, but a brewing method. The single-use K-Cups, yes, I'm aware of this. Seattle's Best. Oh, no. I like Seattle's Best. This brand should be called Starbucks' Dirty Little Secret, although Starbucks prides itself on ensuring ethical and environmentally friendly practices are used in their coffee production and offers organic varieties. Their Seattle's Best brand doesn't hold the same standards. I thought Seattle's Best was Starbucks' competitor. That's crazy. So the only reason Green Mountain got mentioned is because it's been bought by Keurig Dr. Pepper. I wonder, let's see. Is chock full of nuts ethically? I like this one. They always make good stuff. And then the other one I want to do is Death Wish coffee. I love Death Wish coffee. All right, chock full of nuts. Our steel cans are tough but easy to recycle. I like the pods that have these paper shells. These are so much better. Sustainability. We aren't owners of this earth, we're its custodians. The Native Americans believe, as does Uncle Phil, who ironically is an actual custodian. We're kidding about that last detail, but not doing our part to protect the environment. It includes smart water conservation, soil protection, take care of our land. That's a very lawyerly answer, which I think probably means no. So we'll have to look into whether or not we buy any more chock full of nuts. Where does Death Wish coffee beans come from? Death Wish Coffee is an American coffee company based in Round Lake, New York. The company was founded by Mike Brown and Ronnie J. Death Wish Coffee is known for Arabica and Robusta coffee beans, fair trade certified. Perfect. Organic is even better, but all I really care about is the fair trade certified. So we're definitely sticking with Death Wish. That's at one of my top two
That's crazy.
And also, we
sponsors
preface
I
this
would
by
want
saying
is
that this
Death
is
Wish.
one of the reasons that you are capable of making money on what you're doing.
Yes.
So you know the ethics of that are even more important, arguably, than
Well, and it's also hypocritical with everything I do. If I, just turn around and use slave labor, then it's like, okay, it's just, yeah. So anyways, to get into it, yes, there's a lot of unethical stuff in the sourcing of cocoa, because big chocolate just wants to buy cocoa as cheap as possible. Majority of the world's cocoa comes from, again, I'm going to really lay this out. I have lived and breathed this. I've visited the farms. I personally have put over 1,000 hours of my own time into this. And so
I'm sure he knows that too. I feel like this dude, I remember watching him on a podcast where he went into he talked about like his dating life. And he was like, I want to date someone who doesn't waste my time. I want to date someone that we can like read books and learn together. I don't want to do like cutesy datesy things. I'm like, okay. And hey, that's his right, because of like seeing that in the podcast, I absolutely believe that he has a pretty good estimate as to exactly how many hours he's put into this.
majority of the world's cocoa comes from West Africa. Feastables early on, we sourced from Peru, which Peru doesn't have ethical problems. But after we started getting bigger, all roads lead to you have to source from West Africa because that's just where most of the world's cocoa is grown. And that's where things are the worst and the most unethical. So when we were switching our supply chain to West Africa as we were getting bigger, the company that is the gold standard that has been living and breathing this for the last 15 years is Tony's Open Chain, or Tony's Chocolonely. Have you heard of them? Yes. Yeah, I mean, phenomenal. They are nuts about this stuff. They've done all the research. They live and breathe it, like on how to eliminate child labor, how to best support the farmers, how to everything you can think of, which I'm about to go in depth on. And so I was like, hey, I need to talk to these guys. These guys know what they're doing. And so I spent a lot of time with them, and we actually formed a joint partnership with where we sourced through Tony's Open Chain with Feastables and Tony's Open Chain when we were moving over there. And this has been a thing well before the controversy. Before anyone says, oh, it's only because of controversy, it was a thing before the controversy. And basically, 100% of Feastables cocoa is fair trade certified, which is expensive. It's basically the most expensive certification you can have on it, which for most chocolate companies would be enough. You'd get your.
That's why I was looking at it with the coffee. Like you got to get. I try not to buy coffee that's not fair trade certified, but it's also hard in my current situation. I buy Aldi's brand coffee, and Aldi's is pretty good as a company on the whole. I hope their coffee is fair trade certified, but I don't know. Is Aldi coffee fair trade? Can I spell trade right? Oh my god, no, I spelled it wrong like 5 times. Yeah, Barismo is their stuff. I had like several much. Not all of them say fair trade. Okay. I think this is what I have right now. I have a giant box of that. Alright. I'm gonna go look. I need to know now before I forget. I'm gonna go look at the box of coffees. Okay. So I looked at the coffees I currently have, and I have a tin of Walmart Colombian coffee that does not appear to be fair trade certified. It says sustainably sourced, but as far as I've been able to tell, that doesn't mean fair trade certified. There was of the Barisma coffees I have, which is Aldi's brand. The Great Value is Walmart brand. Of the Barisma coffees I have, the only one that doesn't say it's it's like a pre-made cappuccino thing. But I don't know if that has its own stuff because it's actually more like hot cocoa than coffee, but it would still have coffee beans in it, so maybe there is a problem with that. I don't know, we'll have to see. Maybe I don't get that anymore. But the other ones, there are specialty coffees that they do each year for like every holiday. I have 2 of them right now, 3 of them. The one I looked at was my favorite one. I didn't look at all 3 of them. I figured since they're probably the same type thing, probably the same type source, and it was Rainforest Alliance certified, which I think is a strong certification, but not as strong as Fair Trade certified. And the other one was the Sumatra blend. I have a big box of Sumatra blend from Barismo, and that. Oh, I also had a Guatemalan blend. The Sumatra blend was fair trade certified, and the Guatemalan blend is both fair trade and organic. So like all these coffee, besides that cappuccino thing, which is hard to tell if that it even can get that certification because it's not coffee per se. All these coffee seems to be ethically sourced, but I'm not sure about Walmart's, and it wouldn't surprise me if Walmart's not ethically sourced at all.
Cocoa fair trade certified, and then like, do you even know what fair trade certified means? Okay, do you think your viewers know? No. So if someone was like, you're unethical, and
I know!
"My beans are fair trade certified."
How dare you, Mr. Beast? What the fuck is wrong with you? That's the biggest problem I have with Mr. Beast is he's just too goddamn full of himself. Like he just automatically assumes that the viewers don't know. I've been focused on getting fair trade coffee at least since college. And I guess that was like the first time I really bought my own coffee instead of just drinking whatever my dad or my boss had available, you know? And I feel like plenty of people know what fair trade coffee is. I want to see Oompa's reaction to him that and that.
Your cocoa fair trade certified, and then like, do you even know what fair trade certified means? Okay, do you think your viewers know? No. So if someone was like, you're unethical, and I just said my beans are fair trade certified, my chocolate, 99% of people would be like, okay, good enough, that makes sense. So like, I could have just hid behind that, but I didn't think fair trade. I don't think that's enough, and so. Not only are 100% of Feastable's beans fair trade certified, but 100% of them we also pay living income reference price.
What? Why did it speed up? Why the fuck did it speed up? Anyways, Fair Trade Certified is how we achieve our mission. It's an award-winning, rigorous, and globally recognized sustainable sourcing certification program that improves livelihoods, protects the environment, and builds resilient, transparent supply chains. When you see a product with the Fair Trade Certified label, you can be sure it meets rigorous social, environmental, and economic standards. Learn more how Fair Trade works. Fair Trade Certified supports safe working conditions, environmental protection, sustainable livelihoods, and community development funds.
Have I mentioned any of this to you before?
No.
Okay, so 100 living income reference price. So basically, this is why it's hilarious that people are like claiming we unethically source our cocoa. And I'm ready to lay this out because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care, I hope you delete your videos because you were literally spreading severe disinformation. So for us, one of the main drivers.
Guys, he's warning you that if you don't delete your videos claiming he uses slave labor for his chocolate, you're gonna get sued with Dogpack.
of child labor in cocoa is poverty. Like they don't make enough money. So you can't just go to a farmer and say don't use child labor, because if they can't afford to pay a grown up, then you're telling them, hey, go starve.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
They have to
Wait.
poverty. Like they don't make enough money. What out, because everyone who said I use slave labor and I don't care, I hope you delete your videos, because you were literally spreading severe disinformation. So for us, one of the main drivers of child labor in cocoa is poverty. Like they don't make enough money. So you can't just go to a farmer and say don't use child labor, because if they can't afford to pay a grown up, then you're telling them, hey, go starve. You know, they have to make money. So one of the ways you can eliminate child labor is you have to pay a living income. So there's things called living income reference price, where they look at
the most important
tell
thing.
Me if I need to dumb it down or whatever. I don't know, but
No.
They look at inflation,
Just-
cost of bread, basically the cost of living in these areas in West Africa, and they say, hey, if a farmer sells you a metric ton of cocoa, they need to get paid blank to actually be able to live. If you're paying under that, it's just not reasonable for them to live, which then will mean for them to live, they're gonna have to use child labor. So 100% of our beans we pay a living income reference price. So if a farmer theoretically sold us a metric ton of cocoa for, I'll make up a number, $800, and the living income reference price is $1,000, we'll go, hey, we actually want to pay you $1,000 for that, a $200 premium on top of it, to make sure you make enough money to live off of. And that's what we do for all our beans, which is like crazy. You know what I mean? But if we're doing this, you know, we don't want child labor on the farms. And so there's child labor mediation system, and there's a lot of stuff. And this is where Tony's has been great to work with. You know, we have people who check in on the farms and, you know, interview the families, interview the kids. If there are cases, remediate it, follow up, make sure the case was remediated. And it's about part of solving child labor is making sure the farmers make more money. So we also have coaches that will work with farms to, you know, on their theoretical hectare, see if there's any way they can educate them so they can get 10% more yield. So for the same farm, they can make 10% more money. Therefore, they're not as in poverty. So it's easier for them to pay, you know, actual labor that's not children. And even like I could go on and on. I mean, you tell me how in depth you want to go, but the gist of it is Feastables. We are super cognizant of our supply chain, and I've been over there. I've worked on these farms, literally. I mean, I could probably send you a video if you want to throw it up on screen, so it's not just hearsay.
Do you have any examples of YouTube drama? It's okay. Him working on the farms. This is the image. They provided pictures, not the video, but that's close enough. We'll accept it. So I do want to say one thing about child labor. I think any type of involuntary child labor is bad. Also, any type of child labor where it puts the child in danger, whether that's like mental or physical health or otherwise, is also bad. But I also kind of feel like in some ways child labor laws are a little too restrictive. Because I remember when I was a kid being really annoyed that I wasn't allowed to work, right? I just wanted to be able to go and like make a little bit of money after school. I actually started working before I was legally allowed to start working, because I would umpire softball games, and the guy was like, "Hey man, like technically you can't start doing this till you're 16." But I think I started like because the season started before I turned 16 for the fall season. He was like, "But we'll start you at the beginning of the season." I was like, "Cool." I'm at $30 per game, and I never got an allowance or anything. I had to earn all my own money, so I was like, "Fuck it." I want to buy it was Magic cards at that point. I think we were done with Pokemon, and maybe used some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I started with Magic, then I went to Pokemon, then Yu-Gi-Oh, then back to Magic. So it was always Magic and maybe some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. That's mostly why I wanted a job. I wanted to buy Yu-Gi-Oh cards and I wanted to play video games. So, but I wasn't allowed to. I just wasn't allowed to work. I wasn't allowed to earn money. And that annoyed the piss out of me. So I feel like there should be options for voluntary child labor. I don't think a kid. There's no reason that a kid that wants to go out and like do a paper route or mow lawns when they're 15-year-old shouldn't be allowed to do that if that's what they want to do, you know? But at the same time, like any type of forced or dangerous child labor or child labor that's a necessity of poverty is just terrible. I gotta pee. Okay.
But I mean, I didn't film this stuff for this. I just did it because I really wanted to know. And
Oh, my neck
this is
hurts.
something I was working on. I mean, sometimes 4 or 5 hours a day for like months straight, like 4 or 5 months, like because I really wanted to make sure we are ethically sourced and
Yeah.
and we have the best people. In the world.
Yeah. Oh, it's always enough.
Yeah, being associated with Tony Chocolonely.
40
as well
minutes?
is-
I think we
it's,
can
like,
do that.
Huge in that world, and there's like some unaccredited sources that claim that they're not slave free, but they're once again unaccredited. Like Tony
No,
Chocolonely.
Tony Chocolonely is super transparent. So
Yeah,
you can
it's-
see
it's good.
every year they drop a transparency report. And in their last transparency report, I'm pretty sure. I mean, you can look it up and throw it up on screen. They said there's no evidence or any traces of slave labor found in their supply chain. So that's not a thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, to
Oh,
answer
they
actually
did
about
have-
their supply chain. So
They did have a child labor rate. I'd say that's not bad at all. And I bet you that like that 5 to 10%, depending on which location it is, most of those children want to work. You know, there are lots of kids out there. Maybe not lots of kids, but there's a significant number of kids that are like, I want to go learn to do what my dad does, you know? And I feel like if the kid's putting in the time, the kid should be allowed to earn some money.
that's not a thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is, to answer actually the original question, and it's even Soggy showed it in his video, but I'll just restate it for anyone who hasn't seen it. They're big on saying exploitation free instead of slave free, which is why we switched it. And on top of that, we just we have new information there instead of just this blanket thing. We're now, I mean, or maybe it's being populated or updated. I don't know if I'm quoting like a demo site that we're about to go live or whatever, but I wanted to like everything I'm telling you here. I want all that up there. You know what I mean? And which we've been working on. Just honestly, just with all this stuff going on, I've had a lot going on, but I want to like these are the kinds of things I want to talk about in videos and start like telling everyone. It's just these are a little bit more complicated things, like explaining a living income reference price and the premiums and fair trade certification and child labor remediation systems and stuff like that. It's stuff I'm very passionate about, but a lot of these things like viewers might not understand. So, and my videos aren't as like this setting, so it's easy for me to say here, but these are anyways, before someone's like, why did you talk about that publicly? It's like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. Oh, I spent a year plus of my life and all millions of dollars and all this time ethically sourcing my cocoa, and because I didn't show it publicly, it's like, oh, now everyone's criticizing me and they're assuming I'm not, and I don't care. And it's like, so this is why I have to do things on camera. Next time someone asks, why does he do things on camera? This is what happens when I don't. I get accused of
That's a crazy accusation.
a baseless accusation.
Yeah, it truly. Yeah, I mean, once again, being associated with Tony Chocolonely is like that's huge. That's
Of
like,
course.
yeah,
I mean, those were the first people I hit up when we were
Absolutely.
switching our supply chain over. Like, yeah.
it's cool. Now on to Lunchly.
Oh,
All
gosh.
right.
Okay. He got so nervous. He knows that Lunchley ain't been exactly above board. Like, we'll see what's going on.
So,
There's been a lot of concerns here.
friend of the show, Rosanna Pansino, happened to get a moldy Lunchley, and a couple other creators got
Yes.
moldy Lunchleys.
Yeah,
and then
that's the
that
biggest concern, I
began
think.
Claims
Yes.
sprouted out of that
Yep.
that Lunchley had been recalled due to those problems, due to the mold problems.
Yes.
Moldy cheese. How do you plead?
Yes. How do I plead? Like, what am I on trial? Well, there was no recall. I mean, that's been
Right.
said, which again, it's like so annoying. It's the disinformation, man, because that makes it seem like there's an actual serious problem. Oh, we're recalling Lunchleys, and there's a sign that I think Logan even did a video, if you want to throw up, where he like went to the store and that just wasn't real. That like someone put on like a door that said Lunchley has been recalled when the shelves are empty by the FDA, which was just a made up thing. On the mold thing, here's the thing.
I think the guy that put that sign up got
cheese
fired.
is USDA inspected. There is no mold when it leaves our factory. Like, we have the highest QC standards imaginable. Like, what do we have? Why would we ship that out? Like, that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? And we obviously have the best experts in the world. I mean, even once these things come out, I mean, we brought even more. They're pouring up and down the lines, making sure everything's good. It's just, the thing is, here's a context a lot of people leave out. Look at, I don't want to name specific brands but take a specific brand that comes into your mind when you think of something like Lunchley, something that's very similar, specific brand, I don't know, other brands, competitors, and Google their name and put the word mold behind it. You'll see thousands upon thousands of examples. And that, I think, is a key context a lot of people leave out in this, because they're acting like this is just a thing with us. Once it leaves your factory,
All right. He said to do it. Let's do it. We're going to DuckDuckGo it, because I want to find a new search engine. DuckDuckGo is not as good as it used to be. Google's even worse, but I can't type at all. It kind of doesn't help that I have Nutella in the way. Lunchables mold. Let's go. We're gonna see it. Oh shit! Look at that. Yep. Yep. That's a big old hunk of mold. All right. Ooh. Okay. Confirmed.
a truck that's delivering it could technically take a sharp turn and a box fall and puncture the seal, or honestly, even something as dumb as like when it's put on the shelves at the store. Like, I can't stop someone from walking to Walmart and grabbing a Lunchley,
Right.
going to the potato chip aisle, putting it there, and then like a day later, an employee going, "That doesn't belong there," and put it back. And
Right.
like, I mean, obviously they shouldn't do that. They should throw it away. Of
course.
But like, so there's no mold when it leaves our factories, because that's just stupid. Why would we ever let that happen? But
Right.
after that point, there are variables that we just can't control. And that's why every single product in that section, Google their name, put mold behind it. It just occasionally happens. I mean, but we're talking like, it's moving.
Kind of makes me wonder. Not saying it did happen, but Rosanna's been kind of buddy with Dogpack, right? Just getting a Lunchley and trying it on a video, probably not going to go viral. But getting a moldy Lunchley will absolutely go viral. So, what if she bought it and just like set it on her countertop for 3 days before she did the video? I'm not saying it happened, but it's a possibility.
Over 1 million units a week right now, and I'm seeing like maybe a couple examples here and there. So it's like,
Yeah.
it's really, they would have you convinced this is like it probably
comes with mold.
Yeah, exactly. When you're talking about very rare.
The
and
mold
like,
is a
I bet
feature,
you
guys,
in most
okay?
cases it'd be things like, oh, someone just like, I mean, it could even be like someone's refrigerator cut out, or they like, when they put it in their car, they like threw it in their car, and then like, you know what I mean? Like, they're just, I can't control these things, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, mitigation of mold and shit like that's difficult. You have to. There's a process.
But there isn't. Like, we literally everything with cheese and meat that we use is USDA inspected and held to such a concern. Like, you wouldn't even understand. It's like it's not a thing until after it leaves. But I mean, when you buy the product, like it's there are just variables that we can't control.
I understand. Yeah, definitely. And like you're using the logic of you can look up the other brand and then mold.
My
Logan
neck.
Paul had a moment on Twitter where he basically did that exact same thing, but the reverse logic, and said that other brand led, and then compared that with Lunchly. But I think it's important to state the same thing you're saying about mold. It's possible.
This is Dog Pack Assassination. I don't know if we have that link. I don't think we have that link about the. I want to know what happened to some of these things that disappeared that he says they have, and also there's questions that are in this that aren't in the video anymore.
Possible that someone could toss something there. There's a hole in the package. It's important to also note that. Food products do contain trace amounts of like cadmium, lead, arsenic, and it's really important QA, like you're talking about. Yeah. Across the board, that sort of transparency is important.
Yes. And if there's anyone who, I mean, I have people who have done this their entire lives running this stuff, but if there's anyone who thinks like anything they can educate me on or we're missing, like, I'm down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
DM me.
Yeah, I think it was actually really funny. I'm not sure if you saw. Because like the food stuff, I find very important, and because I have educated myself in it a lot since having my own food company. Like, we manufacture here in this town.
Can I see it before I leave?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
So like that's super important to me. And there was a video that like the actual misinformation stuff that bothers me outside of YouTube drama nonsense, because it's hard to like feel like it's, I don't know, it's a strange world being in YouTube just in general. I know you're very well aware of that, but
that's an understatement.
Yeah. But like seeing somebody like Logan Paul with so much influence, and like you guys promoting Lunchly, and like somebody like Logan Paul acting as if you can find lead, like traceable amounts of lead in a metal detector with like that. That's just there's misinformation from like both sides. You know what I mean? And for someone like me, I find that to be very important. I did make a video about that.
Yeah.
And the same thing you're saying about the mold, giving Lunchly the benefit of the doubt. It's important to do that across the board. I feel like so. Which you didn't make the claim that there's no lead. In Lunchly.
Honestly, I know what video you're talking about. This is what I'm too ignorant on what that machine does, so I don't. Yeah. I'd have to.
We've got the same one. It detects metal. Every product, like Feastables, has lead in it. All cacao has lead in it. Anything that comes from the earth has lead in it. It's very difficult to get lead out of things, and like the lead that they measure for is parts per billion. So like you can't detect it. You're not going to find like a little chunk of lead.
This is where you're in a different league than me. I'm so ignorant on this.
It's important though. I mean, it's really important to note that, because it's like. It's just
your water has lead in it.
It is really ignorant.
Especially if you had lead pipes.
It's just as ignorant for people to say Lunchly's got mold in it that it is for people to say that Lunchables or the other brand has lead in it. You know what I mean? And that's like one of the reasons, because there will be recalls no matter what. Like eventually there's going to be a recall if you have a food product. So yeah, I think it's important to like hold the candle to it all the time. And like just like you're doing with Feastables, I mean, like if there is a good example of approaching things ethically, I feel like you guys have done an excellent job with Feastables. And your PR with Feastables is, in my opinion, leaps and bounds better than the PR with Lunchly. I think you're doing a really good job with that, to be honest.
Well, Lunchly though, the next SKU, or how would I say? Because not everyone listening. What's a different word for SKU? They might not know what that means. Next.
Iteration.
The next one.
Flavor.
Flavor. I guess if that's what you'd call me. The next one we're dropping, I think people would be very surprised. Like, we're obviously, this business is like 2 months old. Like Lunchly, like we're just getting started. We obviously saw the feedback, and we're incorporating that into the next one, and I'm excited. I should have checked with the team beforehand if I could just say what it is, but I'll tell you off camera. But I think all the criticism and things we obviously are seeing it, and like you know, think everything can be improved, and
Yeah.
I think people are going to be very happy with it.
Something health is going to come out.
We're thinking. I don't think they would care if I said maybe like grilled chicken nuggets with maybe it's like some barbecue sauce, like high quality meat. You know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
good source. And I trying to figure out what the side is, but like like taking the criticism and applying it. It's like and just like something like that. I'm very excited about because
Yeah, that's huge.
yeah.
That's good. That's awesome because it's like, yeah. I mean, it was funny the day that I filmed that video. I got a box of Lunchly sent to my house, as if it was like some kind of sign. Or like I don't know why or how or who sent me it or what. I don't know how the fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. It was good. It's like it's just the quick snack food.
I would love to try
That's
it.
what is. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing. It's like sure less bad, whatever. But who the fuck cares? If you're doing something like that, what you're saying there.
Eventually, I want to do
leaps and bounds.
stuff where I just
I know, I'm
start.
very excited.
Leaps and
I
bounds.
try like all the different creator
It's
things.
probably going to be early next year. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah. People allege that you hired a registered sex offender named Delaware. There's a big whole conspiracy with it. Why did you hire Delaware? And were you aware that he was a sex offender before you hired him? By the way, to preface this question, this is something that I think a lot of people probably feel like is really important.
It is.
So that in mind, that this is one of the most important things to me. I would love to hear the full truth response.
I just want to say, in general, I don't think hiring sex offenders is a bad thing. I think everyone needs to be given a second chance, and like literally after they're out of prison, they still need to eat somehow, right? But the issue specifically is that a sex offender who has a history of offenses where with a child was hired as one of the main most important people in a company. I'm so tired I'm forgetting that specifically makes content for and products for and targets children. That's the issue, like let the guy go work in in a steel factory or like something somewhere, not make videos for kids.
Response from you in regard to this.
Yeah, and I'm excited to put it out there because I think what people are envisioning is completely different than what actually happened. Yes, I did hire him, but for the context around it, I hired him when I was 19, so I was a teenager, and this is kind of leans a little bit into what we were talking before. This is back when it was just a couple of my friends from high school, my mom. My videos were getting bigger. I needed more help, and so I walked in because I'm dumb. Like I probably should have gone on some site and hired people who had production experience, but instead I walked into my local Best Buy and I just hired multiple people. Obviously, when I was a teenager, I didn't know what a background check was, and I just hired a couple people there that wanted to help me make videos. One of them was the person named Delaware, and no, I did not know he was a registered sex offender. There's a rumor that's gone around that said that he sat me and my mom down and told us. Obviously, I don't remember that happening. And when I read that tweet, the first thing I did was I called my mom and I was like, hey, this is like 7 or 8 years ago. Just put this in context. 7 or 8 years ago, not indicative of my company today, but I was like, did this happen? Because someone's claiming this happened. My mom said, I would have literally quit or honestly probably shut the business down before I ever let my teenage son hire a registered sex offender knowingly, which I have a very protective mom. So, I mean, even if you don't believe me, you should at least believe that. I feel like it's not absurd to believe that my mom wouldn't have knowingly let her teenage son hire a registered sex offender. Like that just doesn't even,
Absolutely.
like in what world does that even make sense?
Especially when he was a young kid like that,
I mean, that's just not
A 19, that's still a young kid to me.
But yeah, it's just an unfortunate thing that happened. Not that this, I take accountability. Yes, if I could go back in time, I would tell teenage me, hey, you're supposed to do background checks.
Yes. Always do
He
background
obsessed over retention
checks.
charts all day. He obsessed over YouTube videos. He didn't know anything about running a business. Like I can't fully put myself in the mind of me 7 years ago, but I'm sure teenage me also thought like, hey, Best Buy is worth tens of billions of dollars in a big corporation. Like they also did
That's
do background
true.
checks, and like I probably thought like, oh, I'm hiring from this big business, it's probably fine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or maybe I didn't put much thought into it.
I mean, no, I think even if he did, like, even if he didn't put much thought into it, that was probably like his subconscious idea. It was probably like, well, if he's working at Best Buy, he can't be that bad of a guy. Hey, that rhymed. So I can totally understand why he might, why that kind of would have like flown under the radar. But I do have to say, the thing that I don't get is him covering his face in the videos he was, right? That's the thing that I want to know if Oompaville is going to ask about that. We'll see in a second. But that's the big thing that seems kind of sussy-wussy to me, is if you are a registered sex offender because of Megan's Law, I believe it is. Dude, I saw a video that was hilarious. I didn't watch it, but apparently there's this guy that like uses the Megan's Law list to pick up chicks that are registered sex offenders, because you need, it's like you get your address and everything. There's like certain restrictions too. I think you can't live within, I don't know the distance, but it's something like you can't live within a certain distance of like a school or maybe a playground. I know it's a school. I think it possibly includes certain playgrounds too. My experience with that is just as a firefighter and an educator, I'm a mandated reporter. So all I really know as far as that is like if I witness or hear of any suspicion of child abuse, I legally have to report it. I am legally obligated to report any type of child abuse to a law enforcement. So that's really the extent of my knowledge regarding Megan's Law. I do know that for a while in my old town, there was a registered sex offender that lived there, and everybody talked about it because his face and address were on that website. So that's how I know the website exists. That's all I really know about it. And the fact that the guy was in videos and always wore something over his face to cover it, so I'm sure the purpose of that was so that people wouldn't recognize him being on the Megan's Law list. That's kind of sus to me. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see if he's got an answer to it.
Making videos, but
Let's see if
regardless,
Oompa even asks the
we do
question.
background checks now, you know, and we do these things. I've been doing it for a long time, and it's just an unfortunate thing. But
Which background checks, though? 'Cause there's like 3 background checks. I'm cleared on all 3 of them. Firefighter stuff. There's like your criminal background check. There is the child safety background check, and then is the other one the FBI one? I don't remember. I think they're all out of date at this point, because like one lasts for 7 years, one lasts for like 5 years, I think, and it's been like a decade since I did background checks or background checks. Still got them printed out somewhere. The worst crime on my record is a speeding ticket. And I don't think that's even on my record anymore, because I think those get expunged after 7 years. So it's like I could have had an underage. When I was 20, my friends and I got caught drinking in one of our backyards, and the cop was really chill. He was like, "Hey, I know y'all are good kids, and you're like almost 21. So here's what I'm gonna do for you. I'm gonna take all your alcohol, and you're gonna call your parents and tell them what you were doing, and they're gonna pick you up, and I'm gonna give you a borough noise violation, which isn't even like a summary charge or anything. It doesn't even go on your record. It's just like you pay a fine because, and we deserved it because it was like 3 or 4 in the morning, and we were being loud as fuck, and that's why someone called the police on us. So he like gave us the fine for what we were doing that we absolutely deserved, but it was like, I'm gonna take your alcohol, you're gonna let your parents know what you were doing, and we're gonna call it a day. So it's like, that's the worst thing I've ever done was alcohol when I was 20. And it's just one of those things where it blows my mind. I don't know. I feel like even at 19 or 20, no, I don't know if I would have run background checks, to be fair. I'm 34 now. So like, if I had a company, especially a company that runs with children, I'd absolutely run background checks. And some companies make you pay for them yourself. I've had to do, I think it's like $25 or something. But I feel like when I can afford to hire employees, if I can afford to hire employees, I can afford the background checks. But I wouldn't background check everyone. I'd only background check people that made it through like the first, that were going to make it to an interview, you know?
I just
Like
for
it,
context.
I'd background check everyone before I hired them, but I wouldn't background check every applicant. Because like, that would just be a waste of resources. Some people are gonna wash out early on.
So just to give to a lot of people listening, like, or watching, I called after that stuff came out too, because I was just curious. I called like, I don't know the exact number, maybe like 24 YouTubers, and I asked them like, do you guys do background checks? And I think like a dozen of those YouTubers have like more than 10 employees, and literally only 2 of the like 24 YouTubers I called do them. You know, like 6 of them were like, I don't even know how to do a background check. You know what I mean? And they all had employees.
But also the big question is, did all those YouTubers target children with their videos? I have I don't know. Again, we're coming back to the what would Jesus do stuff that I talked about earlier. It's how I try and live my life, and I believe that if someone has paid their debt to society, they've served their time, they are out of prison, like, I kind of think that most criminal background stuff should be sealed. Like, I think if you're out of prison, if you're reintegrating into society, shouldn't be used the opportunity to reintegrate into society. And one of the necessary parts of reintegrating into society is being able to get a job, to earn a living and pay for stuff. And if you can't reintegrate into society, it actually ends up causing the problems that they're trying to prevent, because then that person is forced to turn to a life of crime, or they suffer from such negative mental health effects that they end up falling back into their own ways. So personally, I'm always going to do background checks while I have that information available, but if I thought a person was the best person for the job and there wasn't a comparable candidate, would I reject them based off of a criminal history? Probably not. However, if I have 2 identical candidates and one has a criminal history and one doesn't, I'm going with the one that doesn't have a criminal history. So that's where I'll put it. But again, if I were working on a child-focused company, that's a different scenario. That's actually its own separate check, you know? You do a criminal background check, and the other one's called like a child safety check. I have both of those clearances. So if I were doing a child-focused company like he is, I would absolutely do the child safety check.
I do not that I'm not trying to deflect anything or whatever. I'm just trying to give context. Like, you know, it's like it is a little much.
You're absolutely deflecting.
19-year-old me was just supposed to know that and have this
Yes.
knowledge, but
So I'll give it to 19-year-old him. That's fine. That thing I'll accept. Like, to some extent, I don't know. How many 19-year-olds run $1 million business? Not many. So, yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt on the 19-year-old. But the saying, oh, other YouTubers don't run background checks. Well, if other YouTubers jump off a bridge, you gonna do that too, Mr. Beast?
unfortunate. And like I said,
Yeah. And to be fair, I keep saying that you're the guy. Back then, you weren't the guy.
I was not the guy.
So you're. That's.
I was
that's an
it was
excuse.
like it,
Yeah, it's a
calling
valid
what I
excuse.
had back then a company was would be,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I just said. Back then, he was not the guy.
You were
Yeah,
the
that was
He
the
was the boy.
now I have 100 employees. We
That's a good
obviously
one.
have rigorous standards for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and to speak on that as well, we do background checks for everyone who works at our we have a video game development company and a candy company. Obviously, both those background checks. But my YouTube channel, I think I've hired 2 people from Indeed. Both of them have been given background checks, and everybody else.
Did you
has been my
background check
friends.
this guy?
Nope, I've known him for 7 years.
Okay.
Now on to Jake Weddle.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Other
An
guy-
entire dog pack video.
Yeah.
This is, of all the things, the one that was most concerning for me. Because it shows, like, a general lack of concern for human welfare. And not necessarily that he doesn't care, but that he cares less than completing the video. So this was like the biggest sticking point for me of all of them, I
Also
think.
has a mustache as well. I'm not sure if you know. There's an interview with a former employee and contestant named Jake Weddle in which he alleges inhumane treatment on set, even war crimes. Use the turn of phrase war crimes. How do you respond to these allegations, and do you plan on putting procedures in place to make sure this doesn't happen again?
Yeah. Glad I can talk about this one. So I think I should set the floor because maybe not everyone here fully even knows what the challenge was or anything. So yeah, I think it would make sense to. So for the Weddle video, Jake Weddle was the person who competed in one of my videos. The video was we built a room in our studio, and then the challenge was every day you live in this room, you win $10,000. And then it was like kind of like a white padded room. There's like a pool table, a bed in there, bunch of other items, blah blah. And let me just gather my thoughts on this one.
Yeah, this is a big one. Take your time.
How do I want to say? I think the best way to talk about this is to also talk about how we did similar videos with other people, because one of the things is like multiple people can do the same thing and experience it differently. That's what's a little tricky about these like contestant-based videos. I can never know 100% how something's going to affect someone, right? So similar to the Weddle video, I just want to lay the foundation before we go in specifically to that. Similar to that, we also did a video where we put did you see the video where we put 2 people in a room, Bailey and Susie, 100 days trapped together? So one thing that Weddle struggled with was the lights being on, and he mentioned that in the video. But Bailey and Susie, on day 20 of 100 Day Trapped Together, I offered to turn the lights off for part of their prize pool. And they said no. And like the lights wasn't, I mean, I'm sure it was difficult, but it wasn't like that big of a difficulty for them. And so it's like something for them that's not that big of a difficulty. For other people can be, challenging and hard. And like what I'm trying to say is you never know how someone's going to react to something, right? It's impossible to fully predict. And so that's one of these variables of these challenges, which is why we give people the ability to quit, you know what I mean, or to leave at any point. And so in his video, he went 11 days, won $110,000, right? I believe it was 11 days. Yeah. Yes. And then he decided to quit on that day. And, he mentions this in his video, like around day 11 or 12. I don't know what the day is off the top of my head, but he was struggling. And so we did turn off the lights. We sent a psychiatrist in there to check in on him. And we were like, yeah, he's not doing too well. And we ended the challenge and we paid him. Didn't go long enough where we got a video, so we didn't end up uploading it. But I think the big thing is just that's why we allow people to leave these challenges. Like my goal when doing these obviously isn't to like break people mentally or push them past their limits. It's just to like create an environment where they can challenge themselves and do something interesting or cool. And then when they've had it, like leave, you know what I mean? So I guess that's kind of how I would describe it. Does that, I mean, what are your thoughts on what I'm saying?
I think that makes sense. It's important to note that it's also it's voluntary.
It's a voluntary challenge. You can leave
people
at any
being
point.
paid
Yes.
exponential amounts of money,
Yeah.
and after all that.
But one of Jake Weddle's criticism was that Jimmy was kind of suggesting he didn't leave because they didn't have enough for the video yet. And yeah, it was I think people don't realize the power of suggestion, and especially when you're kind of strong arming someone, especially when there's a lot of money at stake, especially when you're an authority figure or seen as an authority figure or a celebrity like Jimmy is.
That stuff came out, and he sort of made the claims of how he was mistreated, etc. You reached out to him after the fact as well.
Yeah, I mean, now that you I didn't want to bring that kind of stuff up, but yeah, also off camera after he made that video, I reached out and was like, hey man, like obviously we weren't trying to cause you any, mental stress with that video or anything, and is there any way I can help? And I ended up, he seemed like he really needed some financial help, so I ended up sending him $50,000 completely off camera or anything. I mean, he talked about it publicly so people know, but yeah, I just wanted to make sure he was good.
Oh, wow. You took money from Mr. Beast after all that stuff you said? Yeah, this money, is this $50,000? Well, first of all, you're going to tax it. So let's say it's more like $30,000.
Yeah, I mean that's good. That's good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's to me that one's interesting because it's just a sort of a voluntary challenge, and it's difficult to it's a very YouTube thing, right? It's a very YouTube
Yeah.
thing. And the comparison of that to like war crimes, fairly tone deaf.
Yeah,
right, to compare it, like
yeah.
that's a ridiculous thing to say.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can move on from that, to be honest. There was litigation found against you surrounding Beast Games, your show on Amazon, in regard to unsafe workplace conditions, and a bunch of talk of,
From what I've seen from this, it just seems like mismanagement. Like nothing illegal. Like maybe technically, according to the law, negligent, I'd say, perhaps, but not intentionally mistreating anyone or anything. Maybe like it seemed poorly managed and terribly organized, but I don't think anything actually evil happened here.
files,
As far as I
and
can tell.
videos and images and everything being sent to documentaries and all this shit coming out in regard to the Beast Game show on Amazon. What is the litigation that
Yeah. Oh, well,
found against you?
you know how litigation is. Obviously, I'm not allowed to talk about it, which is a little. There's a lot of things I want to say here, so this is good. Trying to think specifically on the lawsuit that. So for context, that people have 5 anonymous Beast Game employees, or not employees, 5 anonymous Beast Game contestants submitted a lawsuit, and they sent it to the press, but conveniently all the actual claims are redacted, blacked out, so you can't actually see it. And I'm not allowed to disclose what's behind those black lines, but Beast Games, we had 1,000 people. We were doing big stuff, and just like with my normal videos, I'm not trying to say everything went great. One thing that happened when we were filming one part of Beast Games is, you remember CrowdStrike? That was pretty brutal. We had the most contestants of any game show in history together. That was weirdly, God hates me, during the CrowdStrike accident. And so as we're eliminating hundreds of people and trying to get them home, airports all across America are down, hotel room keys aren't working, and that created a lot of confusion, and that caused a lot of problems in our systems, and that was pretty brutal. And they're I'm not trying to just disavow everything, you know what I mean? There was
That's something I want to say, even amongst the the mismanagement and stuff, you can't plan for that. There's no way. I mean, you can take precautions, kind of events, have a backup plan, but it's like even a backup plan isn't going to be able to fully compensate for the entire internet going down, you know?
We had, when we were filming, we had obviously tons of feminine care products and stuff like that, but there was one woman who was allergic to the feminine care products, and we didn't have allergen-free ones like tampons and pads. And she told someone, I don't know who she told, I haven't been able to find it, but I mean, I believe that she did, that she was allergic, and they didn't obviously do the logical thing, which is tell us or just drive to the local Walmart and buy some and give it to her. And so she wasn't able to get, you know, feminine care products in a reasonable amount of time, which is unacceptable. And these, like, so I learned a lot of little things like that, but I think in general, a lot of it has just been blown out of proportion. Like, people have claimed like we didn't use unions because I didn't want to pay people fair money, when that was just a flat out lie. We did use unions, and like that there are dozens of broken
Yeah,
bones.
we saw the union
Which
list.
is like crazy to think that I'd be like, oh, 10 people broke their bones, let's keep filming, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't even make sense. After like that claim came out, like we literally called 1,950 contestants of the 2,000. We couldn't get a hold of all 2,000. I couldn't find a single broken bone. Yeah, online it's being claimed there's dozens. I mean, there's so much or even disinformation like that being spread. So like, which makes
it was the 50 people that they couldn't get a hold of, you know? There were actually 50. No, I'm kidding.
hard for me to just come out and like talk about things like the pad thing and other things where, you know, we did mess up on little things, and there are definitely things we could have done better. But then there's just like, it's mixed in with like all these crazy outrageous claims, and it's like just so.
What about you not paying people?
I mean, we did, but yeah, that's something people like to leave out. We gave everyone who showed up. You could literally show up and then a second later leave and receive $2,000, which with 2,000 contestants, that's $4 million.
Yeah.
And we told everyone they were going to get $0. This is something like, you know, this is the damned if you do, damned if you don't. So we told everyone, no guaranteed money if you show up. I'm glad you asked this. No guaranteed money if you show up. Like, you could walk away with $0. But then I wanted to surprise everyone. Gave them each $2,000, $4 million, which it's a lot of money. I could have gone and just bought a mansion instead of doing that. But what's even crazier is then people tried to, not like the contestants, but the internet and, you know, their theories, tried to frame that as hush money. Like I gave.
Every time he says I could have bought a mansion instead of doing that, it rubs me the wrong way.
Of all $2,000 to like make them happy, because we didn't tell them beforehand, like to surprise them as they got eliminated. And then people are like, you just did that because of hush money. And I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, I also didn't give them like legal paperwork tied with it. Like, it was just like completely baseless.
One of the guys that like early on they asked about that, he said he didn't have to sign an NDA or anything. He just got the money. So it seems to be confirmed.
It just shows like how crazy people go with the conspiracy theories and everything like that. But no, we did pay everyone $2,000. And on top of that, we gave away more money than any competition show in history. I mean, we had the largest cash prize in history, and top of millions upon millions upon. Like, throughout the show, we literally give away like 8 figures, tens of millions of dollars. So it's like, I do all this, and normal competition shows don't even pay anyone except for the grand prize. Mm-hmm. So it's like, it's just, once again, it's like funny because people actually compared it to reality. It's just not even in the same stratosphere.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wild shit. How do you feel after all this stuff? You know, this is the first time you've been able to really speak in a broad, sweeping way about all the allegations and everything negative that's happened over the last couple months. Yeah. Like, what do you think your biggest mistakes were over the last 4 months?
You already know what I'm about to say. We've hit it a couple of times. I wish right after we dropped the results of that investigation, I could talk a couple weeks ago. I wish I just instantly did this. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. The thing is, I've just never been in a controversy like this before. So I just, I mean, this isn't even a controversy. This is like 100 controversies.
Bad, yeah.
Yeah. So I truthfully, I just was just ignorant on how to handle these kinds of things. And so it's been a good learning experience for me. You know, I definitely realized like me just sitting on a couch addressing a camera on serious things, like just not my style. I put a lot of time into like trying to figure out how to, you know, not just be weird. I like this more like conversational, where you can also ask follow-up questions and it feels a little more real, you know what I mean? And like, it's just, so in the future, I'll probably, like, if there's stuff like this, I'll probably just do something like this, you know what I mean? Or not. I don't know. If people throw out much more baseless claims, I also don't want to set the precedent where every time I have to come on here. So, you know, give or take. But Yeah, honestly, I just kind of wish I did this sooner.
Yeah, and I think it's something that's really important to note as well. People are going
I think you should have done it sooner. I think
that's
that's a good comment. He should have done it sooner.
He's going to manipulate you. He's going to fucking he's the Antichrist. He's the fucking devil horns guy. But like, you know, I'm asking questions that my team and I wrote based on information that's publicly available. And the assumption is after this, you're going to send receipts to back up any additional questions we have in the post process. You know, so that's what's huge. Like, I'm not trying to like debate necessarily.
I mean, there were definitely a couple things you asked me that I'm a little uncomfortable with. Like,
I can tell. Yeah,
I was. But yeah, I mean, if that's what the internet wants to know, then I just want to give them what they have, so I can just wake up and, you know, obsess over making the best videos possible and that kind of stuff, like I used to in the good old days, aka 4 months ago.
good old days.
What I want people to, because I get a sense you're winding things down.
I believe that.
Clear though, like, I'm not perfect, and I don't want people to think I'm trying to.
Yeah, I don't. You know, maybe I'm wrong. It does say. So I talked about, like, it's not actually the Antichrist, it's the Great Deceiver. I believe him when he says, I just want to make videos, obsess over making videos. And of course, like, maybe I'm being deceived, because the Bible does warn that he'll be able to deceive even the most faithful. But I think I'm a pretty, like, data-driven individual, and, like, I've seen other Mr. Beast interviews and stuff, and the dude is obsessive about making YouTube. And what people need to realize about obsessive personalities is there's 3 things. One is that, like, they just simply don't think the way normal people do. I know this because I am an obsessive personality. So I understand that there's so many different levels and calculations that happen in an obsessive mind that the vast majority of people will never, ever realize. And so, like, we don't pay attention to a lot of the things that neurotypical people, like, they just don't even cross our mind whatsoever. So now for me, the background checks is kind of a serious thing, but that's also because I've had to do background checks for my entire life, you know, as a firefighter, as an EMT, as someone who was an educator of young children. That's always been something that has been hammered into my reality. Like, every job, it's like, so you haven't touched children? Okay, good, you can have this job type thing. Because it's like, they don't want firefighters and stuff being kitty diddlers, you know? So that's always been something that I would absolutely check into. But I'm sure there are plenty of things that, like, Mr. Beast has to consider being a massive YouTuber and content creator that would not register within my obsessions. You know, I'm very safety minded, safety focused. He's kind of the opposite. It's about, like, how big and explosive can we make this video appear. So those are 2 different things. The second thing is, when you're trying to be the best at something, you have to go to some extremes in some places. And again, this comes back to being the obsessive on some level, but it's kind of different. Being obsessive is one thing. This is almost being, like, insanely driven, and, like, really, really driven people, like, this is not one of my 30-hour streams, even though the timer says 30 hours. But really, really driven people will stream for 30 hours casually, right? Like my 32-hour stream was an accident. It was not planned. That's my record. I was streaming Subnautica, I was drinking, and I went for 32 hours straight accidentally, right? If I had like employees that were working with me doing that, like mods I was paying, like no one is, it would be ridiculous to expect one mod to stick with me for a 30-hour stream, you know? But at the same time, when you're trying to do stuff like that, you need to find those other insanely driven people. So like, yeah, maybe I don't get one mod that does the 30-hour stream, but maybe I get 2 mods that each go for 15 hours, which is still double the normal workday, right? So there's that. And then the third thing is when you get to be Mr. Beast size, things just are naturally going to slip through the cracks, right?
Give off this impression.
I'm not carrying water for Mr. Beast, by the way. I think especially yesterday, I feel like I had more criticisms yesterday. Today, it's been more like general stuff that we kind of already knew, and I feel like Caleb was just clearing the air, giving him a chance to address the situations, maybe save a little face, because he kind of pushed them harder at the beginning of the interview. But these are just my free-flowing thoughts.
You can't criticize me. There are things I've done in my life you can criticize me for. It's just this whole last couple months is a little unfortunate because they're like these things where, you know, sure, I do deserve criticism, but then it's shrouded by these other disinformation. All these things are just being stretched and blown out of proportion and things like that. So I just want to like say,
I think the thing he most deserves criticism for is probably Ava Tyson.
I've done this thing here, and we're addressing a lot of things. Like I'm sure in the future I'll make more mistakes as well. Like that's just the nature of, you know, you really have to just put yourself in the position of like, we're doing things that have never been done before. I'm like, who's even built a company this large on YouTube?
That's the thing. People can't do that. They can't conceive of that, which is what I was saying about like the obsessive personality and the insanely driven personality. And when you're both, you're like a 0.01% type person. And so like you're gonna find maybe 1 out of 1,000 or maybe 1 out of 10,000 people that can understand that. And the vast majority of those people are just going to be like, yeah, it makes sense, and move on. They aren't even going to say anything. So the vast majority of voices, that other 99.9 or 0.99%, is going to be like, what?
Like everything I'm doing, from the videos to the spectacles to the building of the company, it's really never been done before. And your boy is going to make mistakes. And, you know, one thing I hope my track record shows is when I'm become aware of mistakes, how do I do everything in my power to try to fix them. You know what I mean? And that's
just along that. He says he's doing things that have never been done before, right? People will come up to tell you something isn't possible, but you know it can be done. I've been there. So you go and figure out how to do it anyways, but you're in uncharted territory, right? So sometimes you accidentally cross a line and you're like, ah, shit. Well, oops. How do I walk that back?
I hope that's what my track record shows, and that's what I hope people take away from it. Not that I'm like perfect or I never did anything wrong. That just like, yeah, I mess up, and when I do, I try to fix it, you know?
And if you had like a final message for critics and fans, what would the final message for critics be?
I think honestly what I just said there. I mean,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. And then your people who you know still, I guess there's not really a reason, they don't know about any of this stuff. So your fans, they don't really care.
I mean, yeah, I'd love to see what they think of this.
Yeah.
I mean, Yeah, I feel like we hit everything. I mean, you hit the Delaware thing because I saw that a lot, and hit,
I feel like there was one thing they
I
didn't
feel pretty good about
discuss
it. There's nothing
that
I'm
I
like, oh, we
mentioned
didn't
that I
hit
wish
this.
they would have
I
discussed,
think
but I don't
we
remember
should
what it
give
was
people the
anymore.
answers they're
So who
looking for,
cares?
and I feel
Yeah.
better doing it.
Even the soggy stuff today, I mean, that's like that's about as fresh as it gets
Yeah,
in terms
this-
of.
Yeah, I mean, just throw it up. Just upload this thing raw. Just throw it up there. Get this turned around before something else drops. It's like, oh, why did they talk about that?
Good point. Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Thank you.
That sounds good.
I'm gonna show him episode 1 of Beast Games.
Okay.
December 19th. I'm kidding. Is that an inappropriate way to end it?
I feel like that's pretty Mr. Based build. That last part was completely wrong. We did miss a few questions, and I called Jimmy the next morning to get clarification on a few more things.
Okay.
Specifically.
Yeah, so there are a few things that I scrolled past that I was like, wait, what? All right. Do you have any examples of YouTube drama censoring? Oh, yeah. So this is one of the ones that we didn't read. And then that's the dog pack assassination stuff. Then we have, what ones did they miss? Oh, I guess he's going to tell us, right?
Ava Shadman, and some more of the crypto allegations. Here is that footage. We'll talk a little bit about Ava Tyson and the specifically
Okay.
the Shadman stuff. I know.
Yeah, I did
you
mention
talked about
Ava.
the third-party investigation, which found
I didn't talk about Shadman, but that was in my brain. So if you guys don't know, Shadman was a lolly artist, and lolly is disgusting depictions of underage girls drawn in an anime style. And one of the worst things Shadman ever did was, if you don't know who Keemstar, he's like drama alert guy. They did a picture of Keemstar's daughter performing sexual acts on Donald Trump. Absolutely unacceptable. Like 7 years old or something. And it's terrible. There was a Shadman poster in Ava's room, and there's a picture of Jimmy even looking at it. So what I think happened with Ava primarily is that they were just good friends for a long time, and sometimes we make exceptions for friends, or not even that we make exceptions, but we just have trouble seeing people we care about in the true light. You know, like, we kind of look at everyone we love with colored glasses. Not even people we're interested in romantically, just like people, close friends, or family stuff. It's like sometimes it's hard to see issues in the people close to us. So I think that's primarily what happened with Ava. I think Jimmy on some level may or may not have recognized it, but was also like, I mean, probably felt like Ava was generally a good person and a close friend, and it wasn't that bad. But then when like it actually all comes out, it's way worse than it's not good.
found no wrongdoing in like a legal sense from that perspective. A thing that a lot of people care about is Shadman's a fucking freak and
Yeah.
is a disgusting person. Did you know about the painting in? Did you know about that? Have you ever interacted with Shadman before? Like, what is your relation to that, and specifically that relationship between Shadman and Ava Tyson and you?
Yeah, no, that's actually a good follow-up question. So this is what it was like. I don't remember 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah.
Back then,
Literally years. It was a young looking Jimmy.
I used to have like a bunch of anime posters up on the wall. I'm just like set a foundation for context. We used to have a bunch of anime posters and things like that on our wall in the house. And one day, Ava put up this poster that was like an animated character holding a fidget spinner and a gun. Admittedly, it was a weird image. I didn't know who made it. You know, I just kind of assumed it was a meme. I obviously did not know who Shadman was. I've never spoken with Shadman. I did not buy the poster or commission it or anything.
I believe all that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I didn't really think too much of it because we just had like a lot of anime posters and things up, and it was an animated character.
The video where he's looking at it, or the clip from a video or whatever it is, it looks like he hasn't seen it before, or what the fuck am I looking at kind of look. So I believe it.
That was clothed, obviously. And yeah, knowing what I know about Shadman now is a very weird thing to buy. I'm not really sure why she bought it, to be frank. And
Okay, I think you know why she bought it.
Give more details. I mean, this was.
I think you know why she bought it, Jimmy.
Thoughts going through my head, but I just remember, like, I agree, it is a little bit of a weird poster, but I also think, like, you know, I had like Naruto posters up, or I had like Code Geass posters, like random animes I used to watch, and like, you know, I never like reversed image search and Googled, oh, who made this Code Geass anime poster that's sitting on the wall.
I gotta admit, I'd be the same way. You know, there's so many damn animes out there, and I don't remember his poster, like what it looked like, but he did say the character was clothed and stuff, and I don't know if it was actually a young character or not. Who knows? So it makes sense, you know, like you put probably 70 to 80% of anime characters in front of me on the wall, and I won't know who they are, and I'm probably not going to care to go looking up.
Or whatever. I don't, you know, I don't, your first instinct when you just see a poster is not to just go, who made that, and deep dive them. So,
Yeah, are they a pal? Yeah.
So, but yeah, I agree. It's her buying it is very weird, and I obviously, if I had known what I know now, I would have been like, what the actual fuck.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I also, after all this stuff, I didn't know who Shadman was. I've heard of him a little bit on Twitter and shit, but I didn't know. Total ignorance there. So okay, and that's just one that's important. You know, people, because that's fucked up. That guy is disgusting. And you know, people.
I think his website got taken down and he was banned from everything. I hope so.
You were saying you didn't know. That's yeah, it's disgusting. Fucking Shadman is a freak. So okay, you said that I was manipulated by Dogpack. But before that, you said that you DM'd some commentary guys or some YouTubers like evidence of like the Delaware stuff, basically context. And I just wanted to know, so you did reach out to me. We talked a little bit in the very beginning. You know, it wasn't like we were friends or anything like that. But it was very short, and like I just wanted to know why you didn't give me that stuff or provide me with any information when I was the biggest channel platforming Dogpack. I think that, you know, I would have taken it under as my responsibility to I hope people, you know, would believe
this is a very valid question,
and I want to show the actual facts of a situation. I don't just want to like.
I can see some valid answers too,
for the sake of shitting on Mr.
but I'm curious to see what he says.
Early on, you didn't provide me, or yeah, I guess specifically, why wasn't that? Did you think I was a controlled op? You know, I would have gladly seen whatever you would have shown.
That's actually a great question. I mean, we did have a call. I called you after the videos, and I told you and explained to you a lot of things that weren't true. You're right. I didn't send you that Delaware photo. I guess I might not have even had that photo at the time, because I think I literally called you right after you posted. Yeah. But I did tell you a lot of things weren't true, and you know, explain a lot of things. I mean, but yeah, agreed. I'm not throwing you under the bus. I didn't send you any cold hard evidence. Maybe I guess I was a little hesitant because, you know, you did speak with him, and it did seem like, you know, you were going a little easy on him. So I guess I didn't fully know. But yeah.
Well, to be fair, I think he went a little easy on you too, Mr. Beast. But to be fair, if he goes easy on Dogpack, he could go easy on Beast. I think, you know, there's kind of like three kinds of interviewers. There's the muckraker, which if you don't know what that is, go back and look at like some old school journalism stuff. But that guy, he's the guy that is going to press you on everything to the point where like everyone feels like the hot seat. And there's like benefits and downsides to that. Well, there's benefits and downsides to all kinds. There's the softball tosses, like the Dan, what was the pedophile Nickelodeon guy? He did that interview with someone else from Nickelodeon, and it was just like literally he just gave him softballs the whole time, where it didn't press him on anything, just accepted everything the guy said without any pushback. And then you have the Oompaville Atozy type. Like Atozy has done some interviews, one or two, where he got some criticism for not like really pressing the guy, where it's like they're kind of just letting the other guy talk, you know? Like they'll bring up some interesting talking points, ask them in questionable questions, uncomfortable questions. God, I'm tired. But they won't really push the guy too hard, but they also aren't just going to give him softballs the whole kind of like middle of the road. And I feel like, especially for a YouTuber, that's probably the best path to take, because one, it gives your viewers good information, while two, also maintaining an amiable relationship with the interviewee. So you have the super aggressive guys, like they often just get the interview shut down. Like this is like one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, by the way. This is not a good example. This is just a good example of how it can go wrong. But our DJ walks out of interview. We don't need the full thing. But this guy is just a fucking ass. This guy has to be one of the worst interviewers I've ever seen. So like a lot of people will like go in on, I haven't seen what they've said about Oompaville, but like I remember Atozy got some heat for not pushing someone about an interview, and it's like this is what happens if you push them too hard.
Promoting an interview, I mean, promoting the movie. I mean, obviously you're doing a promotional round of interviews, and that's why we're talking about the movie. But we also would like to talk a little bit about you, and I don't know how comfortable you are, you know, talking about yourself.
Obviously uncomfortable. Look at that body language. He is instantly already way more uncomfortable than Jimmy ever was during that entire Oompaville interview.
Off at the moment.
You have as much time as anyone else will.
Yeah, well, okay, well then let me just ask you a few more questions.
And he spent 20 seconds wasting it trying to get a question out, asking if he was even allowed to ask a question in the first place. This guy is one of the worst interviewers I've ever seen in my life. I have no idea how he's allowed to do that. Is he the same it's the same interviewer here. Of course Quentin Tarantino shut the interview down.
If you want to and not if you don't want to. I mean,
just ask the damn question already, dude.
3 more minutes on our agreement.
Your phone's starting to jump a little bit. You better get to your next question.
See? Dude, this is just so bad.
The reason I'm asking about the past is that you've talked in other interviews again about your relationship with your father and the role of all of that in the dark periods you entered and taking drugs and drinking and all of that. And I just wondered whether you think you're free of all of that, or whether that's still something.
I'm sorry, I really don't. What are we doing?
Well, I'm just asking questions. That's all.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you, guys.
are you? I'm sorry.
This guy's the worst interviewer I've ever seen. Even if you wanted to ask that question, there's a good way to ask it. And there's no reason it should take an entire minute to spit out that question. Right? So that's one bad on one side. The other side, we have the what's the other one? The Dan into fuck is that? What's the Nickelodeon guy's name? I don't even remember. I don't even know why I searched that. What's the he created iCarly, right? Dan Schneider, yeah. This is one of the worst interviews of all time.
Hey, it's Boogie. I played T-Bo on Nickelodeon's iCarly. Experience producer. I was what he wanted, and people were afraid to confront.
This part was really bad too. So not only did the guy just throw him super softball questions, he didn't push back, but he even actually ended up answering the questions for Dan to like help protect him even more. So this is the exact opposite side of where terrible interview.
Just humor me. Say that was the case. What would have been the ultimate way to?
Okay, if nobody on the set, if all of the dozens and dozens of adults that were on the set, if they didn't say anything, if my bosses said, if they insisted, you got to make a change here, you got to cut that, I had to do it. I had no choice.
Got it. Now this next one, it kind of hit close to home. Being a new father, I wouldn't be opposed to my child being in the entertainment industry. It doesn't matter what age.
So it's like no pushback or anything. He's just like, got it, next question. Whereas Oompa's doing some stuff here. He's actually saying, so like, why? Why didn't you like come to me with the receipts back then? And even though he didn't really push him super hard, like, he didn't push Dogpack super hard either.
I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I did send it to people. Why I didn't send that to you? Honestly, I don't really know, to be honest.
Yeah, it's fair, and it's just, you know, because I would have appreciated is all I'm saying, because like, you know, in the very beginning, I did genuinely believe that, you know, I like the idea of whistleblowers. I think people should be able to criticize the guy. You're the guy. We said that a lot yesterday, and you did refute a lot of stuff, but there was just I didn't get any sort of evidence or anything like that. It's just, I think it's a lot of you know, a lot of this mistake.
Yeah, I think in my head is I just called you, was like, hey, off the top of my dome, here's a bunch of things that aren't true, and then you just said, hey, you probably did say something along the lines of I need evidence, and then you know, at the time, that's where. It's just like, this is all a blur. I don't even remember what days it was.
Yeah.
Maybe back then was like when I was working on my response video or whatever. But agreed. Like, I don't think you did anything wrong. Like I didn't send you like, oh, here's a doc of everything. You know what I mean? And then you just ignored it.
Right.
Yeah. So
because I mean,
I probably should have.
No, you know, and I'm not trying to like guilt you or whatever. It's just, you know, this whole thing is really crazy, and it seems like it's gone so far just because. You know, you tried to do what was right, which is have a third-party investigation, and like a lot of this stuff is just because like the information wasn't conveniently accessible to YouTube, which is like a really big problem in a weird way.
Yeah.
It's like it was like we're suffering from trying to do it right.
That's
but
a good
also
point.
Suffering from people not having convenient access to like just a doc or something, like a doc of information. So, I mean, I guess in the future, hopefully this, you know, anything that's disproven or that is not true, obviously is no longer propagated. And like everything else that is important is credible. But yeah, dude, I feel like in the future, if you've got evidence, show me or somebody, or just like a Google Doc. I mean, because you didn't make me sign an NDA or anything like that. I've consistently mentioned that. because I think it's really important. And I feel like there is a level of transparency you're operating with, which I respect. And, yeah, I feel like this wouldn't have been as bad earlier on if like that, that's sort of the approach, which is tough. You've obviously never been through this, and this is not, there's only one Mr. Beast. So, but yeah, it's just something I wanted to clarify because, you feel like I was manipulated, and I genuinely, and a lot of other YouTubers as well, I'm sure, commentary guys probably don't feel like they're manipulated. It's just a drastically different perspective. You are Mr. Beast, so it's tough to say, not to say I deserve the benefit of the doubt or whatever. I absolutely should have researched more. But once again, it's a bigger problem, I feel like, that I think hopefully will be mitigated more in the future by this all coming out. And hopefully how transparent this video that I'm making right now with you is.
Yep, all fair points.
Cool. Okay, so now a little bit more on the crypto stuff. I know I talked about CoffeeZilla a little bit yesterday. He's awesome. I think he does really good work on YouTube, and he holds people accountable. And it's just impressive. He does actual real investigatory work. Like, he's not the guy who makes videos out of convenience like most of other, like me and a bunch of other commentary YouTubers. So, I feel like it's my responsibility to ask some more questions about the crypto stuff, because we sort of glossed over it a little bit yesterday. And it's one of those things where it's note heavy, receipt heavy. So, if you don't know something, you just let me know. And if you have to go find information or whatever to back up what you're saying, I don't expect you're like a politician and have all your fucking, we're not debating philosophy or politics. Like, I don't expect you to have everything at your left hand. I understand you're busy. So, if there's information you can provide so we can put it in post, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, so first one is Wu-Tang. You have said that you do not control the Wu-Tang wallet. You said that last night. You said that a friend did it. You said you didn't know what Wu-Tang was.
A fund did it, yes, not a friend.
Right. Okay, a fund, okay. On a podcast with Logan Paul about CryptoPunks, you talk about a call you had with Mr. Gary, where you claim to have bought and or sold CryptoPunks.
If you don't know who Mr. Gary is, he's Gary V. Gary V is like a well-known crypto scammer. I think the self-proclaimed crypto king.
But then later decided to roll the money into VeeFriends. And this is all like video, obviously. And
VeeFriends is Gary V's personal like crypto NFT project.
This trading activity all happened within the Wu-Tang wallet, which we talked about last night.
Yes.
So if it was your decision, if semantically, if what you're talking about on the podcast, if it was your decision, your trading decision to buy and sell the punks or VeeFriends, even though you didn't press the buttons, was it actually your decision? Did you press the button? Did you not press the button? Was it your decision? And if it was your decision, and even if you didn't press the button, it still, to me, would mean that you had control of those trading decisions.
Yeah, these are good questions. Actually, I'm glad we're doing this follow-up thing so we can also just put all this stuff out there. So, yes, I did say that in the podcast, and I obviously did not press the buttons like I've been saying. I didn't pick what punks to buy or anything. Gary V, like I said on that podcast, called me and a bunch of other people, said CryptoPunks are the next big thing. I thought it was pretty crazy, but, the first thing I did right after that is just called the guy in charge of the fund who invested my money and it's other people's money as well, and just said, hey, Gary V seemed very passionate about these punks. You should look into it. If it makes sense, buy it. And so, he did the research, picked what punks to buy, bought them. I don't even truthfully know how to buy punks. I've never bought one, like me personally.
Okay.
Like
Probably
I don't have access
OpenSea.
to that wallet. So, I mean.
So, pretty sure OpenSea is the primary NFT trading. Yeah, it's a NFT trading marketplace. I wanted to buy. Yep, there you go. This is how you buy CryptoPunks. So if you want to, you've got to obviously set up an account and make sure you have crypto to trade with. but this is how you get your punks. 140 Ethereum. I want to see how much that is right now. $136,000. Who would spend $136,000 on that shit? It's because it's got a purple hat. It's literally because it's got the purple hat. That's why it's worth so much. That's how these work. So they have like, ooh, that one hasn't sold. Okay, maybe it's not because it has the purple hat. They have rare traits that can spawn, like the background. Wonder why it's 140 Ethereum. Holy shit, dude. I need to make NFTs. I actually do have plan to make some NFTs, but I don't want to do shady shit with it.
Like,
I want to see if, like, there's potential uses for NFTs beyond just being digital art speculation. And I want to research that. I want to I want to start a series where I start learning about crypto.
that's kind of high level how it went. But you know, if he was like, "Oh, this is a shit investment," then he wouldn't have bought him. So he was the one who was doing the buying and selling and managing things.
Okay, but you did make some decisions to buy or sell in the Wu-Tang Fund.
Well, I mean, yeah, I just told him like, "Hey, Gary," like in transparency, Gary called me about CryptoPunks and said they were cool. Look into it. I mean, so at the end of the day, bro, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know which punks to buy or which ones we should buy if it's a good investment. Like, that's why I put the money in a fund and had professionals managing it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, they're stupid as shit. I don't like any of the NFT stuff. I'm glad that's all kind of come and gone now. I like the newer era we're in. Okay, so next is the super tweet, the super coin tweet. For context, on May 12, 2021, you, Mr. Beast, tweeted in response to it was a Elio Trades tweet. There's a gym sitting there on the market at an eye-watering price set to explode during DeFi Summer 2.0. And then you responded by saying super ? With a crazy emoji.
Yep.
So why did you not disclose that you had a vested interest in the coin that you were tweeting about? Super ? Yeah, we'll start there.
Well, I replied to a tweet, so I did tweet it out, and I think a lot of people, that are just getting second hands of the story think I literally tweet out, "Go buy super, go buy super." Yeah, the fund did hold some super, and I just saw that was the owner of super, the guy who made the coin, and I just went scrolling through Twitter, just replied super to his tweet. I did not tell people to buy super or anything.
Yeah.
I just replied super.
I think this part's relatively innocuous.
People are going to go, but this was a planned, coordinated thing. It wasn't. It's not like I'm on the phone with the people managing the crypto fund going, "Hey, I'm about to reply super to this tweet." Like, I just was scrolling Twitter and I replied super, and like, I highly doubt anyone bought it because they saw me reply super to a tweet. I mean, just to be honest. So I didn't think too much of it. Obviously, though, in hindsight.
So, okay, yeah, I was gonna say obviously in hindsight, he's gonna say it. People definitely bought it just because they saw him reply super, but I can see why he might not think that in the moment, especially because it's not like a massive endorsement or anything. It's not even a main tweet. It wasn't even a definitive tweet. He was just asking the guy if that's what he was talking about, which is like, having been on Twitter since like high school, I don't even know what year I made my account. I'm not even sure if it's my original Twitter account. But yeah, that's just normal Twitter bullshit. It's not. I don't think that one's very sus.
I mean, I could see how people might think that is a weird look optically, and so like I wouldn't do it. But I mean, I really don't think it's that malicious. Like, if I just flat out tweeted, "I think super is the next big thing. Go buy it. Super, super, super."
Yes,
like, I think
that would be different.
That's the kind of stuff actual people do. You know what I mean? And like scammers. So I just don't.
Yes.
So it was just interesting too because Coffee never said I was a scammer in his
Right.
video. Yet, you know, there's so many comments on it. Just 'cause,
Right.
you know, a lot of people.
Yeah,
don't wanna-
Coffee
right,
was very
you know,
generous
whatever.
with Mr.
People who don't
Beast
like
in
me,
his
like you said
video.
in the video, are not gonna like me, and they're, you know, gonna run with it. People who do like me are gonna be like, oh, it was managed by a fund, and Jimmy had answers for everything. Which, I mean, it's not excuses. I literally was just a fund. I was not the one buying or selling or anything. You know what I mean? I had other people managing it.
Right.
So that's the honest answer. I just replied super, and you know, I guess if I could go back in time, I'd just not reply. I mean, I didn't think it was a big deal when I did it.
Yeah, but now, I mean, obviously, with because crypto is changed massively in the last couple of years, so
Yeah.
you could consider that a mistake at this point. Like that's definitely
Yeah, but another little context point I think a lot of people are missing. A lot of people who do this kind of stuff do it on low volume coins that, like, you know, sell $100,000 a day, so it actually dramatically pumps it and blah blah. Super is like the 100th biggest crypto coin out there. Super is like a legit coin. It's
Okay.
a legit project that's massive. Like that tweet didn't move the needle for shit or anything, right? So that's another context piece people are missing. Like, if anything, buying Super. Actually, I'm not even gonna say that. I was just would probably be a good investment because it's one of the biggest coins out there and it seems to be doing really well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now I have to say, disclosure, we still hold Super to this day. But yeah, that's honest. That's the honest truth. I mean, nothing malicious there. Just replied to a tweet.
Yeah. I think I mean we have a lot of evidence of people genuinely scamming.
I think
and
it's
it
this
doesn't
Super.
seem, along the same vein, to be real. But it is important to ask about and important to get total clarity.
It's going up.
Because you do have a lot of influence.
It's up
and regardless of what you
500%
say,
over the last
so
year.
I'm
If this
sure
is
nobody
the
bought,
correct
but
Super.
maybe somebody did. Who knows? There's no way to really prove or disprove.
But even
yeah.
if they did buy it, the coin, I mean, it's a 100th biggest coin, and it seems to be doing really well. So
Yeah.
If that's the right one, your steal is a drip. What's up, D-Day?
yeah.
That entrance was super weak. How you doing, bro? Good to see you. Oh, that's not D's. My typing is super weak. Who the fuck is S crypto? I'm okay. I used to have some crypto, but I had to sell it when I fell on hard times to buy Christmas presents, and I've never been able to reach the market. I want to create my own crypto token and learn how to do crypto because I think it's honestly the future of money. I don't think, like, as we move towards a globalized economy and as countries like the United States do ever more ridiculous things in an attempt to, like, blow up inflation and defraud their own people with, like, changing interest rates and stuff like that, I feel like cryptocurrencies are going to become the eventually de facto way that most things will be bought and paid for. It might take 10 or 20 years, but I feel like it's going to happen eventually, especially as we have a more global economy where it's like less people just don't want the government reaching in their pockets anymore, and crypto's the best way to do that. Guys, please follow my good friend D-Day Live. You might want to put on some sunglasses for the clip because his forehead could bald you. It's a little bit shinier than mine. Blind you. Bald you. It's a little bit shinier than mine. What's this clip? Is this that
Game's already fucking.
Oh, is this this is Lethal Company, right?
We kind
I
of knew
think.
that when we already had a bunch of stuff on the ship on a brand new game, but
Yeah.
I don't know what this is. What is it? I have no idea what that game is. Crypto, maybe you know. I actually made a fair bit of money. I was making like 20% returns on crypto. I like crypto way better than stocks, and I'll tell you why. Because when it comes to stocks, you can have a super strong company that has great outlooks, good products, and like great investors, good customer reviews. Like everything about the company is perfect, but then the price will crash in one day because the CEO dies on a ski trip. And that has literally happened before with certain companies. So I actually feel like stocks are riskier than crypto is, because as long as you're not going, so the problem with crypto is the meme coin and the shit coins, as people call them, which that's where the pump and dumps happen. And I don't really feel bad that much for anyone that gets involved with one of those, because the thing is, both like the stock market and crypto markets are zero-sum games, which means for somebody to make money, somebody else needs to lose money. And if you are trying to get in on a pump and dump, and it's obvious when it's a pump and dump because some big YouTuber or Instagram star or something is tweeting about it like, oh guys, this is going to the moon. Everyone that's trying to get in on that is trying to be the guy that doesn't get had, you know? They all know somebody is gonna get had with that token. They just don't want it to be them. And then when it turns out to be them, they cry foul. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe I lost 90% of my investment. It's like, well, yeah, because you bought into a pump and dump and you didn't dump in time. So the biggest thing I will say is don't buy any of those shit coins, you know? If like some YouTuber is hyping it up as the next big thing, stay away from it. But I don't really like Bitcoin all that much because it's the first, and it's not the first, but it's like the first to make it big, you know? Just like the iPod wasn't the first MP3 player, but it is the first MP3 player. World of Warcraft was not the first MMO, but it is the first MMO. You get what I'm saying? So like, but World of Warcraft is not the best MMO. What was my other example? The iPod was not the best MP3 player, but they'd still be good investments, just not the best investment. Personally, I'd much rather invest in something like Elder Scrolls Online or Warframe than World of Warcraft. And just like that, I feel like the ones that came after in crypto that learned from the mistakes made with Bitcoin are better. My favorite cryptocurrency is Ethereum. I feel like of all the cryptocurrencies out there, it has probably the greatest potential to be a future nationally accepted currency, you know? And one of the reasons I really want some of that stuff is because I'd love to be able to travel again. I've been to Germany, I've been to Canada, I want to go to other countries across the world, and I don't want to have to deal with exchange rates. If there's ever a future where I can just like pay Ethereum for McDonald's in Belgium, that would be cool, you know? So I feel like the best one to invest in my opinion, is Ethereum. But it's also, don't do day trading stuff, right? Because one of the things people don't realize is that like, I think 70% of day traders lose. And only like 90%, only the top 10% of day traders manage to make any significant money at all. And then it's like only the top 1% make more than minimum wage. And it's probably less than the top 1%. But it's like, at that point, I don't know exactly what it is. But so it's one of those things like, unless you have like defined strategies. I did some day trading and I made like 20% returns, but that was with $100. So I made $20, you know? That's less than minimum wage. So but I was very careful. I had specific strategies. I would use what are called stop loss orders. So something like that. There are different types of orders, and basically what happens is when the price fell to a certain level, it would sell my entire collection of that coin. And what that ensured is that I never lost money on a coin. I did end up losing money in the end when I had to clear my positions, but that's only because I had to clear my positions and get my money out of the ecosystem. The biggest problem people make with stocks and with crypto is that they see it going down and it reaches a point where it's worth less than they bought it for, and they think, oh my God, I'm losing money, so they sell. But it's actually the act of selling that causes them to lose money, because stocks and crypto, unless like that company is going out of business or that crypto coin is getting rug pulled, which generally means that the people who created it took the money out of the coin that was backing it and like securing it and ensuring that you would be able to get your money back out. So unless like the company goes under or the crypto coin gets rug pulled, they pretty much always go up when you zoom out over the long term. So the problem is people will like buy Ethereum and they'll leave it in there for 3 months and they'll take it out because it starts crashing and they lose 20%. But if you were to leave it in there for 3 years, you would earn 50%. So my suggestion for anyone that wants to start investing in crypto is to look at like the top 5 coins. Let's go back to Coinbase real quick. Coinbase is not the best. My favorite is Gemini. That's where I do most of my trading in. But it's a little more complicated than Coinbase, and Coinbase has this whole learn section. Coinbase is also kind of like the most legitimate as far as the government's concerned. It's got a more difficult onboarding procedure than Gemini, although that website just said Gemini has a new onboarding procedure. Like I said, I haven't had crypto in like 3 or 4 years, ever since I ran into financial issues, and I haven't recovered from them yet. So I have not been able to start reinvesting again. But I think Coinbase is the best beginner exchange because it's like pretty legitimate as far as the government's concerned. They'll like give you your tax printouts and everything. It does take a couple days for them to do your identity checks and everything like that, but they also have these sections where they teach you all the basics, and I think they give you, at least they used to give you a little bit, like small amounts, like $5 worth of cryptocurrency for doing these different studies. But for anyone that is trying to get in, I'd say buy one of these. I don't know, I think this is Binance's BNB, a Binance coin. So Binance is a competitor exchange, and it's kind of known for being the most acceptable shady one. It was the competitor of FTX, which was the whole Sam Friedman scam thing. So, and it was partially responsible for putting FTX under, because they like got into a feud. So Binance was like, fine, fuck you, we're gonna crash your system. So I would stay away from Binance, but I can't believe Doge's up there. So Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, Solana, XRP, USDC, which stands for US dollar coin. It always trades at $1. Generally, it's more used for trading other cryptos. Like you can like buy $100 worth of USDC, and then you like use USDC to buy Ethereum or something like that. But personally, I'd say Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, Solana, XRP, these are pretty solid bets generally. And let's go look at Ethereum, since this is my favorite of the main ones. If you zoom out over 1 year, even with these massive crashes, it's still up 63% right now. See? Over 1 year, it's up 63%. Yeah. Then you go up all time, it's up 96,000%, right? Every time it crashes, it goes back up. Let's go look at Bitcoin. It's down today. Bitcoin's down today by 0.5%. Over 1 week, it's up 8%. Over 1 month, it's up 50%. Over 1 year, it's up 160%. 96,000% all time. Of course, that's going back to before crypto was ever cool. USDT Tether. This is another stable coin. So stable coins are supposed to be always $1, but you can see they don't always do that. Sometimes weird shit happens, right? But because they're stable coins, they're like, it's basically like good. They do well when the dollar does well, and they do bad when the dollar does bad. But then we have Solana over here, which is I'm not too familiar with, but I've heard a lot about it. I'm not gonna go ahead and tell you yes or no on this one as far as a recommendation. But if you look, I've never looked at the charts for this one before, so I can't promise this one's gonna go up, but I assume it's going to. Over a day, it's down by 1.5%. Over a week, it's up by 7%. Over a month, it's up by 50%. Over a year, it's up 350%. And all time, it's gone up 20,000%. So you see what I'm saying? Generally, stocks and I don't know if I can see this without logging into an account. I just want to see if I can like get one stock price to use it as an example. Sketchy's contract was the game. No, but in the same vein. Okay, yeah. That's cool. Have you tried? Okay, so I don't know if this is gonna work. Have you tried Oompaville's game? Have you seen that? I streamed it for like 2 hours yesterday. I made a YouTube video. Let me see if I can find both things. So this is the introduction to his game. It's very much like a Lethal Company type game. Try that again. See if we can reload the page. There we go. I don't want. Okay, here we go. So let's just see. What is this? Verizon? Yeah, Verizon Communications Incorporated. Snapshot up 1.5% over the day. How do I see? Oh, 5 days. It's up over 1.5%. 3 months. This is so slow. So let me find my video.
Old phone used to be able to swap.
What's up, guys? Alright, I played it on stream like 2 days ago. This is my video of me playing the game if you want to check out some gameplay there, D-Day. But I don't know why Let's just see if I can find a website that's faster than E-Trade. We don't actually need to be on a brokerage. Stock prices. Yahoo Finance. It looks like it's a brokerage, but it seems to be faster. I just want, we're gonna look at Verizon again. There, who my internet is through. All right, so over the course of a day, Verizon is up 1.53%. Over the course of 5 days, oh, it's not changing that. But you can see over the course of 5 days, it's up. Over the course of 1 month, also up. Over the course of 6 months, still up. So you can see, like about 3 months ago, it was a little higher, and then it crashed, but now it's back up. Year to date, up. 1 year, up. 5 years, down. Okay? So like if you bought in 5 years ago, you're down by 50% almost, because it was up at 60. Oh, maybe not exactly down by 50%. So let's see, it was at 60, now it's at 43. So you've lost like, what, 40%? I'm not that good at super mind math. But then if you go all time, it's up 500%. So in general, stocks and crypto almost always go up. The only time you ever really lose money by investing in the stock market or crypto exchanges is by selling. The best way to make money, either in stock markets or the crypto, isn't to look for when prices fluctuate or anything like that. It's just to like take a small portion of your paycheck and be like, you know what? I'm gonna put $20 a month into Verizon, and you want to pick a specific company or crypto that you really like. Say you think Verizon is going to be the best telecommunications company of all time, and no one else is gonna. You think AT&T is gonna flop, or just pay attention to what that company does, right? That's why I don't like stocks as much as crypto, because crypto, it's kind of just there. It's a coin and it's going to do its own thing. But whereas it's like Verizon, well, what if you invested all your money into Sprint only to have it be bought out by T-Mobile, which is what happened to Sprint. That's why Sprint doesn't exist anymore. And it's like Sprint was the best originally. You know, who doesn't remember the, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I'm pretty sure that was Sprint. That might have been Verizon. That guy worked for both companies, I think. He was a spokesman for both companies. But Sprint used to be the leader in the mobile telecommunications market. Now they don't exist anymore. And that doesn't really happen with cryptocurrency, unless it's like a rug pull or something. So I'd stick with the big crypto, and even though it's more volatile, meaning that it goes up and down faster than stocks usually, but there's also less factors involved, because like people don't randomly, like a crypto isn't randomly going to shut down like a company will. And you won't have a CEO die in a skiing accident, which will tank a stock, because there aren't CEOs of crypto usually. They're mostly decentralized. I gotta pee real quick, and then I'll be right back. Mint isn't bad, but it did get bought out, but still around, yeah. So the big reason people lose money in the stock markets and in crypto is solely because of fear. There's two problems, and we're just going to use this Verizon thing as the example here. So they see it shooting up and they buy here because they've been waiting, right? Instead of like consistently been like, yeah, no, I like that Verizon company, and they like, maybe they buy once here, buy once here, buy once here, buy once here. They were like putting all their money into bonds, or maybe they were just day trading into something else, and then they see it start shooting up, so they buy here, and they're like, okay, we're in. And then it like peaks for another couple years, and then it starts crashing, and they're like, oh crap, I'm below the line now. Well, it'll go back up, and then it doesn't. So then they sell here, so they end up losing $10 per share. And it's like, damn, well, that was a massive loss, especially if you bought like 1,000 shares or something like that. And then it keeps tanking and tanking and tanking, and then they see it start going up again, and it goes up above the price that they sold it for. So they're like, oh, I'm gonna buy it there, and then it immediately crashes again. So they sell again, and they lose another $10 per share. And then it starts going up, going up, going up, going up, and they're like, oh, you know what? It's at that price we originally bought it at. Let's go buy it again. And then boom, it crashes, and they lose another $10 per share. That's why, that's the two types of fear, right? The fear of missing out, which is why people buy when it's starting to peak, and the fear of losing, which is why people sell when it's going down. Don't do either of those. If you really want to invest in crypto, or here, the best stock guy I know as far as like good, ooh, this is gonna be a moment. I gotta look through my subscriptions on my account. He's probably gonna show up over. I don't even know who I'm subscribed to anymore. Some of these I just subscribe for fun. I like seeing the drama, you know? Don't judge me by my subscriptions. Some of them is just me wanting to watch the world burn. What's up, YouTube? You just decided to stop loading? There we go. Do A to Z. Struggling there, YouTube? Hello? Mint Mobile. Or if you're GameStop memeing the shit out of short stock. So that's another reasons why I don't like the stock market, actually, because the stock market is intentionally controlled and manipulated by large stock market funds. And it's so bad that they actually have the ability to shut down trading, which is what happened with GameStop. Because normally it's just the people at the top making the vast majority of the money on stocks. But what happened with GameStop is people recognized the game that those guys were playing, and so they were like, oh, we can like fix this and make a whole bunch of money off it. So because they recognized that stock was so shorted, they started pouring money into it, and eventually the hedge funds were afraid they were going to start losing so much money that they started calling those shorts. So the investment brokers, they actually shut down trading for a lot of people to prevent themselves losing money on their own shorts. And it's really fucked. That's one of the reasons why I don't really like playing with stocks too much. I'm going to anyways. I'm going to invest in everything once I have the money again. But it's just one of those things where there is a lot more market manipulation in stock markets than there is in crypto, which is kind of why there's such a negative opinion of crypto. It's because they want to keep you in the markets they can manipulate more easily. And that's why I like crypto, because it's not as easily manipulated by the powers that be. Where is this? I don't even remember what his name is. I don't even know who half these people I follow are anymore. Why can't I remember his damn name? His videos don't pop up anymore. I hate the YouTube homepage. It just shows me the same 7 videos from people I don't even like to watch. This guy I don't want to follow. He actually sort of annoyed the piss out of me. All he did was farm the hell out of Mr. Beast, and it got to a point where it's like, I didn't even want to see his videos anymore, because it's just like the same hating on Mr. Beast video over and over again. I follow so many people that are like actual friends that I didn't even remember had YouTube channels. I gotta see if they've been posting. This guy's fun. He does Florida Fish and Wildlife body cams, which are amazing because they're like body cams that happen on boats in Florida. It's like the trifecta, the ultimate body cam footage, you know? I miss him. He passed away. He was one of the top Eve streamers back when I used to be a top Eve streamer. I definitely gotta clear up my subscriptions. Only gotta remember this guy's name. It doesn't pop up anymore in my homepage. Kind of annoying. He's gotta have released recent videos, I'm assuming, right? Unless he stopped. That's probably the best way. New activity. Let's look at that. If I haven't seen anything in a while. D-Day on your list? I don't know. Post your link in channel. Post your link in the chat and we'll see. But then sometimes I don't want to. Oh, I've been actually posting videos again recently. I'm trying to do more of it. There's a video I want in this stream that I want to post, but I need to wait until obviously I finish the stream. So we're gonna stop the stream and then restart it before I go to sleep. I've been leaving my the music that I've been making. If you saw me scroll past the download emotion channel, that's actually the AI music that I've generated from my stream. Not Business Insider. Not everything they do is even business. It's not even business. I was wondering who was ever gonna load those icons. This guy's awesome. He's a dude that just plays a bunch of piano and somehow manages to piss everyone off doing it. What the fuck? I made a few AI songs. Nice. I've only made like 50 so far. I wanted to make 1,000, but then my life fell apart. I need to get back into it. What the hell? YouTube is really struggling. I've never had. We're actually gonna, like, since we're going through this time, I'm probably just gonna start deleting people so I don't ever have to do this again. Why is it struggling so much? Is it gonna be? Is it Brave? Is it gonna be better if I do it? And we got to finish the rest of the video.
I gotcha. I mean, I see what you're saying. Yes.
There's 5 minutes. Let's finish the rest of the video. I'm gonna try and find the channel I'm looking for while I wait for this to
You didn't
finish.
think it was important, but why would you not mention that your fund Wu-Tang had been selling and continued to sell Super on the day and after you tweeted about it or responded to a tweet for clarity?
Yeah. So again, I wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the fund. I mean, if you look at the sell charts in that report, they were selling, I mean, I believe off the top of my head, like months prior and then months after. It looks like the fund was just dollar cost averaging it. So there's literally no correlation to my just little.
By the way, dollar cost average, that's what I was telling you to do. The dollar cost average is when you set aside a specific amount from your paycheck or some other source of income. And you're like, every month I'm going to put in this much to stocks or this much to crypto. And it doesn't all have to be the same one. It doesn't always have to be the same thing, but it's generally good if you keep it consistent. So like, say you want to invest in Verizon and I don't know, Facebook. You can say like, every month I'm going to take $50 from my paycheck and I'm going to invest $30 in Facebook and $20 in Verizon. And you just do that. And like, it doesn't really matter if the stock market goes up or down generally, because like over the course of 10 years, you're almost always going to make money doing that. So that's what he means by dollar cost averaging.
And what the fund was doing. So, I mean, yeah, it's kind of the same answer as before. I just replied to a tweet. Clearly, it wasn't a coordinated thing.
Gotcha. And then the final one, this one's a lot more complicated and involves a lot of stuff. So I mean, maybe you would want to reconvene with like receipts or evidence or whatever. But it's the crypto charity stuff. Team C's Eternity.
Yeah.
So I mean,
that one. Eternity gave us NFTs to auction off for Team C's. Only one sold after like a day, I believe, and that was it. And then it looks like the fund sold like 27 days later. A little bit of Eternity. It was not combined or planned or premeditated in any way. I mean, honestly, the charity auction was a bomb. It only raised $7,000. No one cared, so it didn't really do anything. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of the full story. There's nothing nefarious there.
Yeah, it sold $2 million of the earn tokens.
Yes, the fund did 27 days later. Yes, after the NFT sold.
Okay. Yeah, that seems. I mean, it seems like a lot. I don't know what the market cap was, but yeah. I mean, I just for this one, I feel like this is a valid criticism, and this doesn't make you like an evil scammer or anything. I don't believe, but you know, it's like this kind of stuff, transparency in regard to this kind of stuff. It's just super important. And you are the charity guy too. I mean, like if anybody, and like we complain. So we talked a lot about the philanthropy stuff and how, you know, CGI has gotten you in trouble and had a net negative in your charitable doings. I feel like this is one where the criticism is valid in regard to charity. And like, you know, it is a good example of philanthropy stuff that probably should have just been done differently, but at the same time, 2021 is like a huge area of gray for influencers with crypto access. And like,
there we go, I found it.
It's a fucking, it seems like a game that if you're a big influencer in 2021 or 2020 and you got into crypto at some point, you probably made some kind of mistake at some point. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a big problem to me.
Everyone makes mistakes.
Being the charity guy, and this
in
is
crypto
once again
especially.
to give you the benefit of the
So in crypto, I said I made 20% when I cleared all my investments. Of course, I cleared my holds before I intended to, but not everything always goes up. One of them was actually down by 10%, but another one was up by 30%. So it averaged out to I made 20%, you know?
Out with all the philanthropy stuff that we spoke about last night. I think all that stuff is huge and massive. But as the charity guy, if your fund is privately making like millions of dollars during a charity drop that your name is attached to, like even if
So again, that I would say is not fully correct. So the charity drop happened. One sold. The other ones weren't selling. No one cared. So there was no selling of NFTs to raise money for charity anywhere near where the fund was selling before or after. People could technically still have bought those NFTs, but no one did because it just basically no one cared. So I just don't feel like that's a fair criticism. Like they gave Team C some NFTs to raise money. One sold. No one cared. And then it just basically died. And then just under a month later, yeah, it looks like the fund sold some tokens. Completely unrelated to all of this. So it's not like this. Where's a charity drop that was selling hundreds of NFTs a day, and in the middle of all of it, they sold some earn tokens. It's like one NFT sold, raised money. The charity, sell just basically died. It's not going. No one's buying it. No one ever buying it anymore. And almost a month later, it sold. So I mean, if anything, it looks like the people in the fund were being cognizant of it and paused selling and waited till long after it ended to do it. You know what I mean? So I actually disagree. I don't think anything nefarious was done there, to be honest.
Okay. Just to be clear though, you keep saying a couple coins were like you're downplaying it. It's $2 million of earned tokens. That's quite a bit. That's like a lot of money.
Of course. And obviously not all of it is mine. It's the fund, but it was also known that my fund was invested in it, and I was a part of the fund. So it's also not like it was hidden that we were invested in Earn. Like that was public information.
Right. Cool. Yeah. You just, maximum transparency there. It's like if there's any other information you want to send in regard to that, I've got the DMs of from Nick Rose, the CEO of Eternity Chain, talking about that there will be a 2-month auction for charity, and that quote unquote Mr. Beast is supporting both drops, which obviously that's not you saying that is this guy, but yeah, it's just something to be super transparent about.
100%, and I'm glad I could give color on these things. To be honest.
So it's important to notice that he said they sold after 1 month.
Both those things,
but he said it was going to be a 2-month charity.
Now I actually feel like, I mean, unless you have any other questions, everything's been hit.
No, yeah, that's it. I mean, I can't. Can you think of anything?
I'm actually never doing that again.
Okay, so there was the Mr. Beast video. We'll go ahead and link that in chat. Go ahead and give it a like. Appreciate Oompa for taking the time to do all that. We'll check out your link in a moment, D-Day. Here is the Google Docs that basically contains the evidence of the claims. I hear the cat meowing outside. I gotta go let him in, but we'll do that in a minute. I made a few AI songs. Nice. All right. Can you react to my AI song? I think this is okay. Yeah. Give me a sec. So let me click on this real quick. Get this your channel. Yeah. So apparently I'm subscribed to that on my main channel, but I don't know if I want to be subscribed to that. I'm unsubscribing from you, D-Day, but don't worry, I'm going to subscribe to you on multiple other channels. So you're losing one subscriber,
I'm actually about to start
but you're gaining 3.
I can't fucking wait to do this.
My main YouTube channel, I only follow music channels on that.
Background. I played Persona.
Because that's really what I want to do for the main thing.
Hey there, guys, and what I'm actually about to start playing is Persona 5.
Did I follow you on Archives? I think I did.
So let me give you a little bit of background. I played.
Oh, there's the old channel. We could follow you on this one too. Okay, so I followed you on 4 channels.
About to start playing is Persona 5. I can't fucking wait to do this. So let me give you a little bit of background.
Okay, that's enough of that. You said that like 7 times, dude. Why would you say that 7 times? It's because I reloaded the window like 5 times. All right. What's the other thing? So we got the Udio. We'll give this a listen in a sec. Drag this over here. Best. Oh, I try to make odd songs that no one would do. Yeah, I got you, bro. So the only reason I unsubscribed on my main YouTube channel is because, like, literally, since I'm planning to upload my music there, and I really only listen to music there, I try and curate each channel so it only shows up with certain things. And if you look right now, this is only like music. It's all bands, and you're not a band. If there's anything that's not a band here, it needs to be unfollowed. But I don't see anything that's not either like a band or a musician or like a radio station that does band things. Hot 97, Sensual Media Records, Cake, Devilskin, Dio. This is my AI channel, by the way, and we're about to start all of those songs because I've started a thing, D-Day, where whenever I go to sleep, I just switch to the music channel and then I play these songs so that hopefully hopefully it just gets my numbers back up on my Twitch channel being live so that I can... Okay, I gotta let the cat in. He is complaining like crazy. I can hear him through the window outside. He is begging to come inside. I'll be back in a second. All right, cat's inside. Let's try to make odd songs no one would do. Okay, thanks. I'm a one-man band. Thanks. So yeah, the first song I made on this, I used Suno, not Udio. I'm interested to see what Udio does, but the first song I ever made on this, I didn't upload it originally. I uploaded a different song originally first, which was just the title thing. I want to go back and I want to change all these because I've had trouble getting this channel to show up in searches. I've been eliminating the special characters from it, and I might change the capitalization and all that stuff when I redo it one more time. But the first thing I ever made on this was just a stupid song. I was like, write me a song about how circus peanuts are the greatest candy ever created, and it gave me this shit.
In a world of sweetness, where flavors collide, there's a candy that stands out, cannot be denied. It's orange and it's fluffy, a peculiar sight. Circus peanuts bring joy, morning through the night. Some may say they're strange,
And I was like, oh shit, this is kind of catchy. If you hadn't told me this was AI, I might not have known.
once you try them, you'll be
It's so funny. And then I think it's just an outro. And that was just like a short sample. And then I went fucking crazy. I guess I made 64 songs at this point. I did all kinds of things. The most recent ones, which one? This one? Bro, this one literally sounds like a goddamn, whatchamacallit. It straight up sounds like a Sum 41 song. It even sounds like it's got the Sum 41 guy's voice. Punk song? I have a few like that. Yeah, I got so many different songs. Like there's 64 different songs. But yeah, this channel, it's all literally just music stuff. Okay. Alright, there we go. My mouse is back. We have that. Yeah, let's go listen to this. Electric Ecstasy. I like how it's, so that was actually I made 5 punk songs and I called it the Electric EP. So all those songs started with electric something. So it's kind of funny that this is called Electric Ecstasy. Hold on, I've got to do something in my Star Wars role-playing game real quick, and boom. Okay, now I don't need to do anything with that till I wake up tomorrow. All right, let's give this guy a listen right here. It's a little loud, bring that down a bit.
Got a toy that keeps me in ecstasy. No need for love, just electricity. Buttons pressed and now I'm feeling free.
This is a long song. 400. Let's get to. Why is the bridge there? What? Okay. Can I like without signing up? Nope. It's funny. It's not necessarily my style though. 7 or 8, I need to do more. I have 64 right now. It's not bad. Not really my style though. But if we go back to, I guess I don't need this anymore, and we can go back to.
And they would come back and present and.
Oh god, no! I don't want to be watching that. Damn it. History. I don't even, because now I'm getting I'm getting those fucking suggestions on this channel. Literally 5 seconds, and now I get all this bullshit, and it's not music anymore. God, I hate YouTube so much. This is why I only follow music on this channel, because you view 5 seconds of one non-music video, and it just starts throwing all this other shit at you because YouTube doesn't like music on YouTube because it doesn't make them a lot of advertising money. The videos are too short and the CPM isn't very high on music videos. So it tries to get you to watch everything that's not a music video. So now we've got to go in our history and delete that shit. And now we go back to our home page and reload it. Hey, look, it's all back to music again. Literally 5 seconds. I'm gonna make a better YouTube eventually. I'm pretty sure. I just don't have the money yet. All right, so let's go back to download emotion. I'm trying to think of one that's similar to kind of like what you played that I have. I do have some electric songs. Oh, this one, I don't even remember what this is, but I made this. I think it's kind of electric. It's very different. This is like an electric club song. It's pretty good though. Hey kitty. You have fun outside? Alright, what else we got? We got 45 seconds to pick a good song before they come back. Is there one that's kind of similar? I made like just a lot of metal stuff because mostly that's what I was planning on listening to. I don't really have like an electronic club song. Oh, I did have some electronic songs. Was this electronic or was this? Nope. This is more like a radio rocky thing. What else we got? What was Shades of Blue? Oh, this was just like... This was like John Mayer stuff, but without words. Alright, well, all of my songs are trying to be funny or trying to break the AI, trying to make AI singer on song unalive. So, I actually had one, so I have a couple songs like that. I think, let's see. I was mostly just making stuff that I wanted to listen to during stream. Although that one I made for Cyber. I don't know if he appreciated it though. Let's see. We got... Where the hell? Okay, so this one's good. This one's good. As far as like funny stuff. I guess those are the two primary funny ones. They're both Fallout theme related. This one I made for and released on 420. April 20th, 2024. It's about being in the Fallout universe and just picking up random plants and smoking them and seeing what happens, and random mutations happen. And it's like a ska song. Wasteland token, never know what you get. Might sprout a second hand or spring of a duet with some handsome a tail that wags with glee. Once that fall, it's got surprises. Well, try and you'll see. Fallout, Fallout's got surprises. I love this riff here too. I started wrong, this was a brother, and I could kind of feel my life's going stronger, my life's going longer, violence all a mess. But hey, at least I could fly now. Enjoy the wind's caress. Can fly now, enjoy the wind's caress. Wasteland token, never know what you get. Might sprout a second head or sing a bud will duet. I think this is a pretty good one. There's another ska-like song. I wouldn't even say it's ska, maybe more reggae. I think I'll have to listen to it. I like the guitar solo. I also like the bridge here. It has an auto-tune bridge. It's so cool. I don't know. I think the AI nailed this one, man. Maybe Udio can't do ska, but this is a jam. Landed in a Brahmin herd, rode along with glee. Turned out mutated moo cows like feathered company. We danced the stage of like the sea. A play with the headed plane. Don't try to get till you tried a little fun. I don't remember what he says there. Like, it's got all the perfect fills and stuff, bro. I wouldn't really know this song was AI if you hadn't told me. If I hadn't told you. Underneath this very old active moon. That one's a jam. So this is the other funny one. It actually wouldn't let me, it stopped letting me generate this one because I made it say kill too many times. So I had to like take different pieces and patch them together to finish the song. But this is like if a raider from Fallout were to write a hair metal song. And I'm gonna find the other like ska type song I did. It didn't like how often I made it say kill. Same for the, yeah. It stopped letting me generate this one. Down on your heads, leaving them dead. Step kill, the only way to survive. It's kill or be killed, fight to stay alive. Fight with the battle, you'll die where you stand. Kill you for caps or just a den of cram. Alright, but this is the other ska one I did. It's more of like it's not like punk ska, it's kind of like fast reggae ska. I wrote it for a friend who was like feeling kind of down and said she likes ska, so I was like, okay. I'm sorry, please just let me be. Don't you want a better place to be? Sun's up, birds singing in the trees. Let's just float away on the breeze. Pick up a package, gotta make a call. Room is spinning, now gonna trip and fall. Oh, wait. This is my favorite song. I wrote a club song that's just a gonk droid from Star Wars. If you don't know what a gonk droid is, you're missing out. This is a gonk droid. Dude, it's so good.
take it to the top. Got the herd on the ship, jungle priest, don't quit. Catch the fire from these limbs, no stopping me. I'm the king, can't you see?
I still need to build my herd ship. I need to build a station to build my herd ship, now that I think about it. Alright, we're gonna listen to this one. Let's see. Serpent Hunter wielding. It's a little unnecessary. For a streamer that likes Elden Ring. I haven't played Elden Ring yet. It sounds good, but I just can't stand this style of music. It's driving me insane. I don't know why. Her voice is just like a note for me. This is what I want. This is probably my favorite song I made so far. It's so fucking dirty. Like, ah. Wait, let's just blast this shit. Oh, it's already max? Okay. I'm definitely covering this on my main channel. This corner, that's my throne. Pull the strings, empires groan. Kings and queens blind and bold. Don't see the hand that shapes their hold. Oh, I was not ready to scream. Yeah, it's one of those things you're supposed to warm up before you do. Ah. History bends my brood, oh well. Oh, hear the devil's gospel I made? Let me see. Don't turn to screams of war. Kingdoms crumble by the sword. Plague and famine at my call. Watch them suffer, watch them fall. Alright, it makes me think of the first serious song I wrote too. The first one that I was like, holy shit, this is really good. I can actually do stuff with. This is the first one I wanted to cover on my main channel eventually. Binary Sunrise. I told it to make like, I think either battle metal or symphonic metal based on the book of Revelation from the Bible, which is basically the second coming of Jesus and the world ending. And it made this thing. It's so good. I'm definitely covering this when I get the chance. Eyes burn with fury, a crown of twisted thorns. This ain't no salvation, a new judgment dawns. Second coming rage unending, the lamb unleashed and strong. No more forgiveness, only vengeance in this apocalyptic song. The seas turn crimson and the sun bleeds black. Greed that devours, leaving no path back. Mountains crumble and cities fall to dust. Mankind's corruption turning faith to rust. A lot of these lyrics I either wrote myself or are heavily edited. So like I can probably copyright most of these songs, because the thing is you can't currently legally copyright AI generated stuff. It's not considered art by as far as the law is concerned. But if you have a song that's AI generated, if the lyrics were written by you, you can copyright those lyrics. Has some Dragon Force in it, and do I have like, I can see why you say that. I think I have ones that are probably more Dragon Force-y, like maybe this. I'm trying to think of what Endless Fury is. That was one of the newer ones. Hearts of the Stars. What's a Dragon Force? I don't remember what Ether is, but I'm pretty sure airships. No, maybe not. Flubber's like some Primus shit almost. You know Primus? But not quite. Cloud Chase or Time Spirals. Those might be Dragon Force-y. Maybe Surfing the Rings of Saturn. Alright, I just want to see which one of these. Now this isn't really Dragon Force, I don't think. Maybe a little bit. I actually used this in the Eve video I uploaded. All right, what's this? Oh yeah, this one's kind of Dragon Force. This is so Dragon Force. Maybe not the vocals, but the guitar sounded pretty Dragon Force. I mean, it does kind of sound Dragon Force-y now. What else we got? We're gonna get to yours too. This is like Ailstorm type stuff. This is definitely Ailstorm stuff. What do we got here? What's this one? Oh, this was just more like crunchy metal. I like this one a lot. Airships is cool. I think this is no lyrics. Oh, he screams airships at one point. And he doesn't actually scream airships. It was just like a guttural growl. Yeah, this is like Primus. I named it Flubber. This is so good. I love this song. So that one. What? This one? I don't even know who this sounds like. I don't remember this one at all. Oh, I remember this now. I don't know who I would describe it as. This has such a cool riff. Listen to the riff now. When the lead guitar comes in. And it does like that same riff over and over again, which is what I call it. Alright, here we go. Let's check out your... Oh, this was probably one of the better electronic songs I did, I think. What was it? I just remember I was like, yeah, it's good enough for the Lotus. It's not as good as I thought it was. So the best ones was Raindrops was okay actually. Raindrops is pretty good. Sidewalks though. Where's Sidewalks? Dude, Sidewalks is a jam. We'll listen to Raindrops while we look for Sidewalks, and then we'll do your song. Where's Sidewalks? And then this is just like piano, but it does like... But Sidewalks. This was one of the better ones. They're both piano songs, Raindrops and Sidewalks, but Sidewalks has a lot more electronic stuff. Whereas Raindrops is kind of just chill piano. Alright. So, let's see. Let me catch up. I put lyrics in it too, and God, I changed keywords mid-song, change how it sounds, or add twists, like on Devil Gospel, Nintendo try to shift best Devil's Horror, so I think it's art. I don't put one keyword in and change it. Yeah, I think technically it should be copyright protected. Like, but, or at least have similar protections. You made me think of, a song that I did a lot of crafting on. Where is it? Bad News for Breakfast. This one. So this one, it actually has two different singers on it. And I didn't want two different singers on it, but I did so many like different iterations of it that when it came back in, it was using a different singer because I like was and I couldn't get it to go back to the original singer. But it actually sounds pretty good with two different singers. So we'll listen to this and then we'll listen to yours. Not the whole thing, but I just want to do like some of the examples. This was my first attempt at like an actual like blues jazz song type thing. I was really in my feels when I wrote this. I forget what it was, but I woke up to like the most annoying, stupid bullshit. And I was like, fuck it, I need to write a song about this. On and add, so wait for me. I craft all and added twists. That's what happens a lot, yeah. A DSP disc? I forget how long the intro is. I think that's it. Sun creeps in, paints the walls gold for a moment. Okay, that's the first singer. But then I did like... I did like an extended intro. I mean, not. I did like an extended like bridge part, and then when it comes back in, it's a dude now. And I must have spent like I don't even know how long. I spent a fair bit of time trying to get it to come back in with the original singer, and it just didn't want to. So I was like, whatever. But now I kind of like it better with two singers. Especially because this verse has like a whole different vibe compared to the first one. What would be really cool would be if they both sang the refrain together after the second singer comes in. Like the first singer, then she does the refrain, then the guy comes in and they both do the second refrain. But you don't have that level of control when you're making AI songs, and even once you do, I feel like human songs will still be better. All right, let's see what this is. What happened to all that? That's not bad. You said it, you tried to, it didn't like the ending part? Kitty. What did you get on you, cat? You got something on your tail. That's not the button I wanted. Yeah, alright. I'm tired though. I said I was gonna go to sleep like an hour ago. I crafted a Twitch, that happens a lot. Yeah. Oh, hey cat. I think the cat wants me to go to bed. Right, Charlie? Like, what are you still doing at the computer? You went to bed 3 hours ago. He gets annoyed if I stay up too late now. Wait, ESP. Kitty. Smell all clean. He likes going out when it rains and comes back all fresh. Not like rainy, just when it's like a little wet out there. Super shirt, also put in my own verse. Kinda don't have my hand. Look.
Got you hooked live streaming like your dub VI. Every playthrough, same old vibe we see. Feels excuses, can't deny spree. Jasper's meowing, but no victory. Cause you wanna talk smack, fan base and sedation. Play that, stream on rotation. Disappointment's your creation, say that. Cause you wanna talk smack.
I don't know if I've done any rap yet. Did I do any hip hop songs?
Roll your excuses on repeat. While cats on her feet.
I guess Suno Life was the closest thing to a hip hop song I did. I should try a hip hop song on Suno and see what happens. Yeah, that's I don't have a hip hop song for Suno, unless you got Suno Life. Alright.
Stories you chase but can't meet the feed. All that rage, yet you're stuck on repeat. Cash grab streams, but what you really bring? Same old playbook, same old swing. Blame the lag, blame the game, all the same. Bankrupt the
All right, so
drowning in shame. Cats stepping out while you beg for donations. Jasper's your only real consolation. Cause you wanna talk smack, fan base and sedation. Play that, stream on rotation. Disappointment's your creation.
This is not bad.
Cause you wanna talk smack, fan base and sedation. Play that, stream on rotation. But where's the innovation? Say that.
All right, I'm going to stop the stream for a second and then restart it because Twitch doesn't let you stream for longer than 48 hours. And I just don't want the stream to go down while I'm busy tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow for my mental health stream. I will be back tomorrow for my mental health and philosophy stream, and I'll post on the socials before I start. Wait, let's see what you said there. This is what I put into ASS. We get down to the beat yelling so hard. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do that. You gotta write that one yourself, D-Day. Grow some balls and actually rap yourself, man. What am I? Oh, we're not doing that. So yeah, I'm gonna post on the socials when I go live for the mental health and philosophy stream. I'm gonna just stop the stream for half a second and then come back so it can start a new VOD. That will also allow me to clip the old VOD so I can make a video. Bro, I read the most unhinged article of my life. It was a Vogue article, and it was basically a mother who was like some fucking insane witch talking about how she loves her son, she just doesn't love spending time with him. It's like, what? If you don't love spending time with your son, you don't love him. It was like, I don't even know what was going on, but in the middle of the article, she spent 5 paragraphs just talking about 9/11, and it had nothing to do with her son. I was freaking out, flipping shit, and yelling at the article the whole time. I'm gonna clip it out of the stream and upload it to my YouTube channel. So I will, I'm gonna stop the stream real quick. I want that VOD separate so I can pool that shit.